Hello. This is not the track I'm interested in listening to. You know, you just random and hope it gets works out, you know? Can always tell when I've gone live on Kick. It is a thing. For certain. So the YouTube's like, you should do your membership thingies. Yeah, sorry, YouTube. Memberships are pretty valueless. I don't know why they thought that would be some sort of huge upgrade for me to have, but it's pretty hard to convince people to be interested in that sort of thing. Not a lot I can offer them, to be honest. Other than their name in the credits or something. Maybe a chance to play the game early if that's the thing, but it's not Patreon, let's put it that way. It's just not built to be Patreon. It's really weird. I've never even used a YouTube membership in my life. Alright. All the usual stuff here, telling the Discord and posting the usual shenanigan messages. I always can tell people the wish list. They can follow or not, whatever. Instant game development forever on Kick. I don't think it's a category that'll ever pick up, but you never know. I forgot to start the last little thing here. The social stream ninja. Hope I didn't miss any particular people chatting. I don't think so, but you never know. Sometimes someone's like super early. And I love what they are, for certain. Fantastic. All right. Now they should remove all of my favorite tracks from these. There's so many of them to go through. I still haven't tested out that fog thing, so I might buy it again, in which case that guy gets a better review. I just have them on there, and I was like, well, I'll mess with them, and then to the surprise of everyone, I got that refund, and I'm like, it was awkward. I kind of still might want them now that I know how they work, but I might not because they might be way too intensive. I gotta admit, the new stuff that Epic makes is not always the best. Yes. I need to find something real quick. We also need Alright, I'm playing with the creature here for a second. Probably like the top portion of her, to be honest. It's little circles there to remind me how far I can paint. Bet you this thing is huge mungus. Where are you at? Empty layer. The hell? How is that empty? I have so many questions. None of them are good answers. Man, those bots on Kick are relentless. Jesus. Might actually make it so she fits entirely within the circle as far as not cutting her off. And only cut her off, you know, at the her abdomen there. I don't like this idea. Perfect. No, is it perfect? I guess it'd be a little more perfect. Oh, it's perfect with the darkness. I fit her more in the circle. Kind of can't because of the way her hand is, can't I? That's unfortunate. Damn. Oh well. I'll probably do a different picture of her for that anyway. Doesn't really matter. Well, I guess I'll save that out as a Rich doc so I don't have lose any information on it and come back to it. I mostly need the darkness one. But now I have that. How convenient. How helpful that you've opened it on the other window, but we'll get to that in a second. I guess to be fair, I was messing with a lot off stream because I got bored and wanted to work on things. That does seem to be how I do. It's not only that. As useful as Discord is, it's not particularly useful right now. Other than telling everyone I'm streaming. Oh yeah, I got rid of that image there. I considered having her inside of an orb. I'm not sure if I like it better without the orb or not. Either way. Can't see because the microphone. New monitor is so big. My first world problem. Or I need to apply some settings. I guess I'll leave darkness as the normal visible one. Suppose that a band bought. Haven't banned enough bots ever. What is even going on with that? Am I logged out of Kick now again? Oh, I hate streaming to Kick. It's the only I've ever seen that logs me out mid-stream. Weird. Let me fix it. This is stupid. They really should think through their system. It shouldn't log me out like after I've started a stream with them. You should also think muting it by default when you start. These are things that should be done. I doubt they'll ever be done, but it's very awkward. Now I gotta redo the message too because apparently I didn't even bother to keep that. Nice. Right, anyway. Right, anyway. Okay, so where was I? Well, that was annoying. These are set as a variable, they most certainly are. That 8 did not agree with me. 0 out of 10. Why I do this? To be fair, nothing seems to agree with me ever. One wonders why I eat sometimes. At least the little indicator's a little better. I could put a crystal ball around it. I'm not sure if I like that better or worse. I mean, they're both fine. Funny, it's not even the same hairstyle. But when her hair's all flopping around, it's kind of hard to tell them apart, to be honest. Not much I notice about a woman's hair. It's either long or it's short. That's kind of about how I notice women's hair. On the color. Basically, it's either long or it's incorrect. That's how I see it. I know what I like. Short hair, ain't it? I'd make Poppet's hair longer, except for I've been having issues with that. Every hairstyle I've done that's longer has just led to catastrophe when using cloth physics, so... There is that. It is awkward. I don't hate the orb on it. It's okay. I guess it ties it together a little. Feels like there could be more, like there should be some sort of, you know, thing holding it all together. Acting as like a thing holding everything in place, maybe. Oh yeah. No, that looked funny. Now I have a new system to select between them. And now when she takes damage, it actually shows the amount. Doesn't on the enemies yet, though. Have to work on that. Also still switch between like this. Not very visible on the sanity meter though. It doesn't move by enough to actually show off. I kind of like it. I'm gonna leave it as it is for the moment. I do need a better indicator. Hidden, I don't know what I'm gonna do for yet. I think I'll move the hidden word over there though. Should actually be with all the other ones in the first place. It's just a mile away. Well, good for you, little hidden thingy. You do you, boo. Alright, move on to this one. So it can live its best thug life. No, you. Not sure if it's better to be above it or below it or what. It does kind of block her off. But then when she's in light, it blocks your face. Kind of prefer it doesn't block her face. It's not inside the little orb though, which is kind of weird. It's blockaded by the sanity thing there. Needs to be higher up in the chain, if you will. Those are at 0. I wonder what these are at. 2. If those are at 0, how in the world are they blocking? I mean, those should all be subservient to the hidden at that point. And yet they're blocking the hidden. Also, they kind of move a bunch, don't they? Like, they should be way over there, and yet they are not way over there. Why? Oh, because it's got that going? Okay. I thought I moved them all, but I guess not, huh? I guess that fixed a lot of the problem. Now they're way far from each other, which is actually moved them because of a different problem there, but... Again, they're not really displaying anywhere close to each other, which is really interesting. You would think they would display closer to each other. Almost like they should all just be in the same thing. Oh, they're locked. You can't be subservient to this, can you? You most certainly can. Canvases are just so agreeable. They need to be subservient to whatever they want. I gotta change the word hidden to safe. That's right. Or I make it where, well, they're called the safe zone, so it seems stupid to be that kind of thing there. We'll just say safe. The safe's such a misnomer because you're not safe from the curse. I almost don't want this mechanic here. I almost don't want this mechanic to exist in general. Just maybe I make the player regenerate in him, I don't know. It's called the safe zone, and it does say safe up there, so it's really stupid that it was saying the other. Okay. It's definitely a better indicator than it was, though I think I can move the health and everything much closer. It looks like it's not that far away on the other, though. That's what's interesting. I guess it is. I'll be right back. Much better. Don't drink a bunch of liquid right before the stream. My advice. I guess it's okay looking placement. Kind of feel like I could ram them closer. Or even stylize them a little more by putting them farther down. Like down here or something. So it kind of sticks up a little more. That's probably better. One could argue that I could probably move them closer though. I do think I like it better than the other way. It's possible I move the super bar up higher though, because when you activate the super, it's going to be kind of a little far down, I guess. So the question is, should it be above? Slowly but surely the game gets a little more stylized. A little better looking, I guess. As I come up with better ideas for it. Yeah, it's probably better. Where's the super bar? Been activated once, but never again. That's odd. Where is the super even added to? Maybe that's the problem, is it never gets added to again. It makes little sense though, because it worked before. But it makes some changes, but I didn't change it, it actually added that, I assumed. It's right here. Hmm. Yeah, aspect to make dev. What's widget print? I don't know. Were you just talking about like a print string inside of widget or something? Or like speaking of which, I'm gonna fall back to this. Let me see if I can just find an easy break in the way I did my code for that, but it's been a minute. It said blueprint, then it said widget print. Where did you see that? Blueprints. There's a widget preview as an option. Where did you see a widget print? Hmm. Jump to it this way. Yeah, it just never does again. Well, the widget blueprint is a type of blueprint that's, you know, a widget specifically. Because you can do a blueprint class and then you can pick, like, you know, a widget. And there's lots to choose from. The most common one you'll see is user widget, which is what all my stuff is. And you make one like that, and it's just literally one of the little, you know, widgets you see for an interface and stuff, but it's still a type of blueprint. Whereas, you know, blueprint is just a generic whole type class of things. So the best way to describe it is it's a subclass of a blueprint. Specifically for interfaces. That's what this HUD is that I'm working on right here. This is a, as you can see, it's got a graph, so it's got the blueprint graph, you know, just normal and everything like that, but it's also got a designer graph for building stuff, for the, like, for looks and everything. Versus just having a graph. There's also some other weird differences, such as having a construction graph and things like that, which don't exist on the widget blueprint. I'm trying to figure out why this ability only works once. That's interesting. I guess I'm dropping print thingies everywhere until I figure it out. Something ain't coming out right. We should just say 0 here. I redid this interface system and it just, yeah. I don't think this actually tells anything like that. Whenever you make a bunch of sweeping changes, always expect weird crap to happen, and that's all what's happening here. Why does this have no super multiplier? Is that not a thing? Or I think it does like 2x the amount, I assume. Wherever it's setting the amount is not working. I'm assuming it's not even making it to this point, but maybe it is. We'll see. It's swinging the weapon. That's true. But the first time it works fine, which makes me assume that it doesn't reach this point a second time, because if it did, then it wouldn't... Oh yeah, I can't do that as a macro from the player. Got there just fine the first time, which should surprise nobody. It does get there the second time. Which means it's getting all the way to this point here, so we know it's not breaking before that. Is there some kind of do once I need to know about? That is not what I want, but thank you for trying. The super attack happens, we'll start getting various numbers here and see where it breaks at, and then go from there. Come on. I can tell. I swear. Pretty good. Goes all the way 3 true, just fine. Then it should say false and then end. Perfect. What about you? It never gets to the next one. Ever. Good to know. Alright, so never reaches this point here. Super 1. That's interesting, but why would it not reach that? Alright, well, let's just go down the line and see where we're breaking, because somewhere on the parent it's obviously breaking and not allowing a super again. Truby is a super attack, but if that's the case, why in the hell is it not sending the super attack message over? I guess it pulls that information from there. Actually, it pulls it from where I first set it up. Yeah, right here. So when it initializes the attack, this should say super. I'm guessing. Well, let's check, I guess. Is this ever done again? I mean, it should be, because if it wasn't, then no other hit would ever do any damage, so that can't be the case, but... Where are we flubbing up? I could just pull the information directly off of the weapon itself and not actually have to mark it as a super on there, which might actually be a smarter call. The other system predates the new Tarot system. On the other hand, it might be harder for some things. But maybe not. Not something could not be a super attack, but I guess if I could eliminate one more thing in the mix, it might be a bad idea. Weapon 1, yeah, it never gets to weapon 2 here. Alright, well, let's go down the list here. This is the new weapon 2. The real OG, if you will. I don't care about any of that. Extra swing effects is perfectly fine. Where are we breaking? Let's call this super false. I suppose I could have just connected it to that. How could it be losing that information? That's the weird thing. It shouldn't be. Which means it's probably happening somewhere earlier than this, but in the interest of figuring it out. Giant size, perfect, perfect. It never gets past weapon 2. So somehow on that it doesn't reset swing do once, huh? Interesting. Does cleanup never run? I'm assuming that must be what's happening. Actually. Am I jumping around? I just need to summon this up and see how it ends. Yeah, it never resets it. So I can't go beyond. How are these taking damage if that's the case? Why does weapon 2 never happen again after that? This whole thing's been broken the whole time? Huh. Well, that's good to know. The fact that it was working without this says a lot of my code being kind of sloppy and trash, but oh, it's for swing sounds and extra crap. It was unnecessary extra swing effects and the like. But everything appeared to be working, so I haven't even noticed it not working, except for the super can't be used more than once, which is odd. For certain. Okay, so now we're going back down the cleanup method here of where's end swing weapon at? This is definitely a mess. Well, cleanup would already appear down there if it was going to be a thing. Systems have gotten so convoluted. I keep making them simple if I just make them easier to keep track of, but they account for so much already. Looks like there was an end swing too, and there wasn't there. Yeah, end swing 1, end swing 2, yeah. The cleanup never happens. Why? Well, we haven't seen actually cleanup show up on the list because of that. I guess. What a weird problem. Somehow the do once is just not happening second time. Okay. The tangle web we weave. So, It just no longer remembers it as that, which is interesting. But cleanup happens, it's just somehow forgetting that that's a super. That's so weird. So it's going through every step and it is resetting that. But the information it's passing right here is wrong. Is this where the issue lies? Way back here? Maybe. Might just be doing this and then doing this other because it has too many points here. Let's probably see greater than or equal actually. No. Because if it's a 0, then I want it to use the ability. I wonder if it's just not removing the last thing. Being false. Well, that's right. It's saying false is good. So it says that, and then it goes to 0, and then 2. Sure. Well, I must be losing that information. Well, the good news is I can just go over to info here and I can just add in like super or something like that. But I want it to be easy where I can just check a button. How is it losing super is a thing? Because it's just saying false after that, after the first time. Do that. Actually, this one's the one I actually need technically. It probably just comes down to the super issue. Every time I use it ever since, it doesn't get there. So we just swing false 0, 1, 2, 3, weapon 1, and swing and swing. Or right here, the same thing. Here, it's actually the full one here. If it's resetting swing do once. Why does weapon... Well, there's weapon 3 right here. Yeah, weapon 1, 2, 3, super false. So it's just losing the super information somehow. On the plus side, at least I can have this crap. Oh, and this is in here. Again, that wouldn't make any sense because literally it worked once. Why would it not work a second time? I should have kept these because I wonder what the super thing, where it's breaking the information for the super. Unless I'm finding the wrong information from Poppet, that doesn't make a lot of sense. It has to be a timing error because the only time anything's just random is a timing error. Sometimes the most obnoxious to solve. To be fair, the super does in fact take longer than other stuff. But it should initiate a different kind of attack if that's the case when you're using it and swinging. Also, this code used to work, so I don't know where I flubbed it, but flub it I did. Maybe it didn't actually work at all before and I just didn't notice. True. Wait a minute, you're true on all those? So this one came out as true. This one came out as true. This one never happened. It's like it shuts it off. Well, super false never shows up. Just to double check. Just do once, just screwing it up, maybe. Kinda, yeah. Is there a purpose to this do once? I don't even know if there is. Doesn't seem to be. Alright, well. Disaster averted, I guess. Awkward as it is, disaster averted. I was crawling on my leg there for a second. Could be an ants or something. Sometimes they sneak in. That's all the print thingies. Maybe some on the pool for that matter too. I have quite a few of them out there, yep. There's a lot going on every time swing a weapon. Definitely indeed. Pretty certain I got them all. Oh, thanks for it, Hyper Game Dev. How's it going? Yeah, pretty good. Just making some certain this thing works because it was only letting me do the super one time. Got myself a new interface. And yeah. Can't really complain. Oh, it's growing big again. Perfect, perfect. So how'd your stream go? What were you working on? As I attempt to locate wherever this last print string is, because I forgot. Can't help it. If I get Friday stream muted while I check stuff, I definitely know where we are and such. Fair enough. So that was the plan, see, you know, just sneak it past you when you aren't looking, and then just boom. Wrecked. There's just nothing you can do about it. You're already in the stream. Now you feel obligated to at least sit there for a moment or two and see if it's even worth watching. And by that point, it's just too late. There's just no hope. I just know what to tell you. Speaking of tycoon game JavaScript, just learning language, the raid life, yeah. I have been sucked into the web, yes. No escape for you. Ha ha ha. Silly, silly person. Yes. The raid life is it's a challenge, really. You just gotta keep riding that wave, and eventually you'll end up back at the stream where you started. You'll never actually have to leave the comfort of a stream ever again. You'll just keep bouncing between them. It'll be glorious. I've got a point string somewhere. It's annoying the crap out of me. Maybe it's under super info. No. Fun fact, teacher shows me nothing but blueprints? Hell yeah. People act like you need to, you know, C++ to make a game in Unreal, and they're just wrong. Ask the people from Epic. They'll even say you're wrong. You can totally make whatever you want in this. I think if I Twitch auto raid, the raid didn't. It would be nice. Sometimes I can't even find anyone to raid. I'm just looking for someone, and it's just... by the time I end at one of the most dead points in the day for people to raid. It is so hard to find anyone. There's like a handful of people at best. Most of them don't speak English. Yeah. A lot of their projects, they're not that far along. It's just... I usually just pick someone who looks like they need traffic and go, here you go. Preferably if they have like just one viewer or something. See if I can help them out, but... sadly, even that's sometimes hard to find. How is it? Yeah, I actually joined a little streaming team just so I could actually have more raid targets, because I had no idea who to raid. And I'm just like, oh, I can't find anybody. This is terrible. Now there's a whole bunch of them, and some of them look like they might even be worth raiding. Probably. I mean, they're on my team now, so technically I guess I raid them just for that reason alone, right? For better or worse, I suppose they're on my team, so I guess I can raid them, I guess. Maybe. I don't know, it seems like a lot of work. I'm just saying, it's maybe not. Oh, here it is. I knew it was somewhere around here. This all started because I was playing with the HUD, and I'm like, wait, is this not even working? Of course, Twitch does an ad break right as soon as a raid happens. It's like they know. It's like they know. It's terrible. Terrible. Yeah, usually it's the... are my friends on? Is someone doing something interesting in Unreal Engine? Because, I mean... I know JavaScript, but if you're doing like Unity or Godot or something, I really don't know what you're doing, so I don't really like rating that because I just don't know what's going on. So it's kind of like, cool, but I guess just show me your game. I mean, it's about all I can do. So I usually do that, and then afterwards I find someone with like one viewer or something and raid them or something just to give them a chance. That's usually the raid pecking order. Also depends on how tired I am, how long I want to sit and watch someone do. Like if I've been streaming like 11 hours or something, I probably worried to someone I actually know if I can, just so I can leave quickly. They already know what I'm doing, you know, I don't have to tell them. I do have a new system now, so it does cycle through them. And it'll cycle through every tarot card. So if I go this here to the next one, and then to the next one. So you don't actually have to open the tarot menu anymore. And a new system so that my health and curse and everything like that show when I've use some or something, or I get hit or something. I gotta set this up for the enemies though too. Kind of you curse thingy in the upper left because I have a new indicator for the cards in the lower left. So, yeah. Yeah. I figure it's, you know, you have the option. If it's too hard to go through all the different, you know, tarot cards there, you can go to this menu real quick and swap the one you want, and then you're nearby any other ones in that if you want. But you also don't have to if you're right by it. You can just swap between them with a button, so. It's not hotkeys, but I realized setting up hotkeys was really irritating because you have to keep changing them all the time. And this way you just have option on either. So, that was kind of my compromise, if you will, between the two. Not that all these even have an actual weapon thing yet, but I made that over the weekend along with the health thingy. Because, well, I was like, well, I could wait till next time I shoot, and I was just really bored and really wanted to mess with it, so I just did it anyway. Sometimes I do that, so I was like, I should save it for the next stream. I don't do it. I don't save it for the next stream. I just do it instead. It's right then and there. Just like, this is too fun. I'm doing it right now. Supposed to be setting it for the boss one too. The boss one doesn't work right for some reason. I haven't figured out why yet. It's also on the HUD. I did redo the boss health, so now it actually has instead of just having one really long bar, it has a bunch of little dots representing how many life bars it has, and then a big life bar that basically represents its 100 hit points. So this way, you know, I'm so used to going to that big menu. Because otherwise they see the same health bar for everything and it just seems lame. Like, take a second to load everything because first load's always pretty bad. See now it has little dots for them? Unfortunately, it doesn't do the damage thing yet to show the missing health. This weapon's way too powerful for him, but that's okay. I just want to show the dots actually vanish. See? But I need to make it so that they actually show the missing health and then it shows the amount. Basically, I want to show how much damage you dealt. I duplicated my calculations, but for some reason they are not working the same. Much to my sadness. All these things to make players' lives better. Yeah. I mean, you know, you gotta do a bunch of things. It's that, and I gotta redesign all these, I realize that I have all this extra space that's open. That it just needs something in it. Like, there's just so many... I started writing down all these ideas for it. Including a new way to lock down the paintings so that they would have a number on them, and then these, like, orbs you have to destroy throughout the area in order to unlock them. Instead of just walking up to them and uncursing them. Which just sounds more fun to me. And then I was going to make it where the first painting is actually here, and you have to unlock it, and then you don't get the key to this door, but instead you pass through the painting world to go to this one instead, just to break it up more. I came up with a whole bunch of extra gameplay ideas to make this the first chapter take so much longer, and not because it's boring stuff, just more weird places for you to go and find things. And so, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Like right here, I'm gonna put a extra room, and I'm gonna fill it full of water, and then put controls so you have to actually lower the water. I mean, now the mechanic exists in the second area. I'm using this area too. But then you can look down here and you can see that the thing is down here, but it'll have it underwater. I'll remove the trees, obviously. The tree shouldn't be in this little room here. And I'll have pipes coming out of it into this area here. And I'll probably raise this water up a little bit too. I can only raise it so much though because there's a door right here. But I can raise it up just over these so Poppet can't touch them. And that's because I have a room here called the control room, and I realize that, you know what it doesn't do? control anything. It literally does nothing. There's not a single button anywhere in here. This is so stupid. This is the worst control room ever. What a dumb room. There are important things to think about. The control room that does nothing. Its complexities are endless. Yeah, theoretical control room. In theory, it controls something of value, we swear. But does it, though? Does it really? It's a deep philosophical question, you see. Handed down through many generations of game devs. From a time when everything was merely ones and zeros, and they still questioned why the theoretical control room did nothing. Ah, the good old days. I keep adding to this room. It's just my life now, this room. This room understands me, unlike other rooms which do not. I might have to block up this window. I actually considered having a whole separate side area here where the water had been raised up higher. And then having a waterfall off of it, potentially. And then lowering the water in this whole area to get through here. And to be honest, now that I say it... That could be cool. I mean, it's hypothetical here. We gotta see what happens, right? Like, maybe instead of just blocking this, I do this other area instead. I swear this monitor makes everything seem like it's moving way faster, even though it's not. But it seems like it. Almost to a sickening degree that I'm not sure I actually like. Like, Oh, I know why I didn't want to do that, because if I do that, then I gotta block all these windows. Am I blocking the windows in yet another area? I swear I block windows all the time. Is looking out at the city more interesting than having a whole water section over here? I mean, a whole water section would be kind of cool. We can still make these little waterfalls here, which would pour into this section here. You probably want to go farther out if you're gonna do this, I assume. Maybe the edge of the deck or something? Well, there'd be no question how the thing stands up now. It's a hard room to work in because there's too many trees. How far to the side are you? Not even. Well, then that poses a real problem here. How does the water stay out of this room? Unless there's water going into this room for some reason. I'm just gonna have water everywhere in this game. Is this like just a waterworks building? Is that what we're doing here? It could be. I mean, it would be kind of cool to have water up here. Like, let's do the hypothetical by... Well, it's not really a hypothetical. I'm actually just going to put water here and see what it looks like. That's kind of a hypothetical, and not really kind of way. Well, maybe not that high. Indeed. Well, that's kind of cool looking down there. Could also just have fresh water too. I don't have to make it the lame water. I can be, you know, element water instead. Because I thought I could element water it. I guess the water is really easy to see through. May need like a waterfall off of that if I like it. I think I like the pond scum better. Why is the pond scum easier to see through than most waters? These are important questions that must be asked. God, this room has been carved up so much. You're in my way, I'm looking at the stuff. Maybe. Obviously I gotta block the windows if I do that. Raise the water up that so it splashes up there instead. It would give more objectives. This room's getting a lot greener, which is weird because the room was already pretty green, but now it's even more green. So I kind of like it. But if I do that, I don't know if I want metal there so much as I would probably prefer some kind of grass or something holding it up. Like some sort of wall like this. I realize when I get to the second chapter and have all these really open rooms, I'll probably carve those up too on a huge amount. Because this one's gotten carved up so many ways, it's kind of crazy. I kind of like it. That's the problem. Was that really a problem? I don't know if that's a problem per se. I just kind of like it. I can also hide where Patrick's key is too. Like I had it over in that corner, but I don't like that corner very much because you can just jump to it. Actually, the fastest way through this room is to run up this set of stairs over here, like to this wall, and jump down to Patrick's key and then kill yourself. Because you'll respawn back at the Toy Maze painting, which then you can just run right over to Patrick's room. Or I guess you'd respawn the painting world, probably. Which would be pretty awkward. You could just skip the whole room, basically. Well, actually, no, you can't. I forgot. I put this here. This would block that path off entirely. I don't know if there's actually a way you could do that anymore. I don't think so. Without getting the Empress? Oof, that'd be hard. The double jump, obviously, but double jump's cheating. I think you can actually jump between these. I think they're actually close enough that you can make this jump. It's just... Well, I guess you could also just suck at your own game, too. There's that problem. Just be good. Don't be bad. Duh. Yeah, like, you can actually just make these. It's a lot harder. I guess I don't care if you do that. And that's fine if that's really what you want to do. Actually, you can't even make that jump. Oh! You're not even close on that one. Maybe from this direction can be done. Figuring out how best ways to cheat your own stuff is usually a pretty good idea, because then you know you can either decide if that's a good idea that you leave it in the game, or if it's a bad idea and you should cut it. Ugh. I should have enabled the Emperor, so if I flub that jump... It's actually a hard jump because you very easily hit your head on that. It is an intended way to go, though, if you want. You don't have to go this way, it's just a way you could go. So let's say I don't have the Empress. I believe this is totally possible. Ooh. If I moved it over a little bit, you could do it. Am I okay with that? Would I want the Empress necessary here? I kind of do. But I mean, I guess I could let you just completely skip the Empress by just moving this over a little bit. Like, here you go, buddy. I got you. So let's say I progress with this idea. Well, first of all, for this to work, I also have to do this. Because if I'm not blocking the windows, it makes no sense. Because how would those windows hold in all the water, right? So you just have to make the assumption that the windows are getting blocked. Eventually, I might want to restructure how the building is on the outside too. A little bit. But it is awkward that these are here. I gotta admit, running around the outsides of the building is cool sort of at first, but kind of lame. Now, like like there's some neat points because you see the city. There's not a lot to do. You're kind of just running. So I really don't want it to be a very often thing because it's dull. It needs something added to it to really make me want to make it a thing. I don't know what that thing is yet, but I can tell you right now, it ain't staying the way it is. It sucks. I can do better, I believe. Did I not clicky the new one? I thought I clicky the new one. It takes forever to select all adjacent now, it's weird. Too long, actually. Unless you're just frozen. Frozen? Did we get Elsa'd? Is that what happened here? Might have got Elsa'd. Or not. It's like, stop working on this level. Do something else. Yeah. But hear me out. Nah. And I could have a waterfall over the top of it. Hell yeah. There'll be so little wasted room in this place. Oh, this room has gone through so much change. It's probably the most changed room in the game. I just keep coming up with better and better ideas. Yeah, something along those lines there, so we could have the grass there, and then maybe a hole with a pipe sticking out of it so the water can come out, so it doesn't look like the water's infinite. Can you just shut off these water things here? I never did make anything holding these pipes up. Whatever. I'll get to it. Eventually. I think the hollow pipes are somewhere around here. I don't know where I put them. I made them, but I put them in the wrong thingy here. I put them in this one. In reality, they should probably be with all my other spline things since I made them, and if I accidentally delete this, I'll be really annoyed. I guess it won't make that big of a difference, but all the stuff I made I like to keep separate so I don't have to worry if something happens to them. Well, I didn't make this one. But I got a lot of splines in here, so, you know. Oh. Gotta get all the quality in here. Oh, he doesn't care. Fair enough. I guess to be fair, I converted most of these over, if not all of them, to static meshes, so you really don't want to leave these kinds of things around. if you can avoid it. What in the hell is going on with this? Weird. Yeah, so we just put one probably down here. I don't think it'll be that high up, actually. Lower is probably better, technically, if you're going to have water draining out of something. To be fair, I should just have pipes everywhere. Like, over here, I have this thingy. But I don't even know if this should be one of these or if it should just be a pipe. Because, well... I mean, there's pipes everywhere, and it's like steampunk. Actually, it looks more like water punk at the moment. Where did it go? I'm making my own new version of punk, water punk. Looked like it was all the way through, and yet it is not. You? Not quite gushing water the way I want it to, but it kind of does it. It sort of gets the job done. I do like this concept way better. Do I not have a waterfall transform? I thought I did. Right here. I am blind. Whoa, 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 feisty. There we go. Maybe not quite that low. Guess I prefer it to be a little more on top of the water. Or through the ground. That's like the same thing. Trouble is, the illusion of it isn't very good unless you do that with it, so it has to be shrunk even more. Unless I move the hole up higher. I guess I can move the hole higher. I guess it depends on how low I'm making the water go, right? Potentially it might need to be pretty low. Also, this wall doesn't even go to the ground. I just thought I'd point that out in case you didn't notice. Hear me out. It should probably go to the ground. I guess I like this height for the water quite a bit. Hey, Levi. I got a haircut. I told the stylist lady she could just do whatever she thought would look good. As long as she didn't shave it all off or turn it green. And this is what she came up with. It's a little comb over thing. I don't know. Like, it's a weird style for me, but... Yeah, oh, thanks. I'm a terrible judge of what looks good on a guy. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I can tell you all the time what looks good on a woman, but, I know what I like. Let's put it that way, yeah? But I realized I got tired of seeing my hair. I was like, it's going my face. I was like, then when I look like some sort of crazy man out of the mountains. I got come for a haircut. She, of course, looked at me funny and did what she was instructed to do. She's like, okay, well, anyway. And I got my haircut. He was a good time. Though she mostly spoke Spanish a lot, so I'm glad it worked out. Let's put it that way. Like, I wasn't certain it was gonna work out, but hear me out. It did work out. So I was okay with it. Language barrier might have been a thing, but it wasn't. I'm adding even more to this room. A secret area. Fill this extra water, then have waterfalls coming off of this area. And, you know, put just water coming out of the bottom is an option. Have a bunch of those. Then give you the way to drain it from the control room over here. Because the control room doesn't control anything. Which is lame. It should control stuff. It should control stuff in here. So I keep slowly turning this room into like 9 million rooms, and yeah. This poor room has been changed so much. Number lock. Might get rid of these mushrooms that can't easily be jumped on. I suspect the player will just be annoyed by them, and to be fair, I agree. There's only like 2 of them in the whole room. Every other one is one you can jump on. Yeah, F these, these suck. I want more places you can jump on top of. Not places where the player jumps on them and is unhappy with themselves. This area can just have the tree in it. This will also be like the world's least safe place to take your child. We aim to please here at the Whimsy Wonders toy store. Like, though to be fair, one of the things I looked up was various, like, you know, children's playgrounds and everything like that, what they were like back in like the 20s and everything. Holy crap. They had like military training camps. Those things were so dangerous looking, Jesus. So look it up sometime. It's just like, oh look, like you got like weird monkey bar setups that are like, you know, 20 feet in the air, and you're like, why? There's like everything's made of jagged metal and things. You're just like, it's just essentially, if it looks like a military boot camp. It's crazy what they had. I'm just like, man, I thought the stuff we had was pretty dangerous when I was a kid, but I stand corrected. I need more water coming out of this. Or some way to really show the extra water. Or to just black it out like this and have the water come out of it. I do wish I had a better waterfall material. I mean, I can make one. That's true, I could make one. Hear me out. I have an idea. Because I already made myself a cylinder that I was using for cables, so I could just easily use it as a way to connect things. So what we do is we take this thingy here. Make it real big. Okay, well, maybe not like that big. No, maybe. I mean, the amount of force coming out of that would be insane. Hear me out. That's crazy. Okay, so we have this. We pull it all the way through like this. Like a champion. We splice it. We go boop, boop, boop. Might not be the cleanest in the world. But I think I can make it get the job done. So we get this cord here. Maybe it doesn't go all the way down. Maybe it just goes part way down. Maybe like here or something. Sure. Alright, and then we merge it. We take our lower pipe balls. And I need a water material, so probably you. This is a friendly name, the Kill Falls. Jesus Christ, who thought naming them the Kill Falls was a good idea? But hear me out. The Kill Falls. Hell yeah. Okay, well, see, that did not work out as intended. One bit. I tried. How about you? You work? You can still see through it. That's the problem. I didn't think about that part, but there technically are different shapes. So in theory, this won't work very well. Let's put it in place anyway and see how it looks. But I get the sneaking suspicion I can't get away with that. But you know what I could do? I could aim the pipe downward, like I could stick it out and then bend it down and have the water come out that way. Pretty much no different than the way I'm doing here. And that would probably make more sense if this doesn't work. And I get the sneaky suspicion this ain't gonna work. Not the way I want. Curse you, transparent thingy. Yeah, that's pretty mediocre. Yeah. It just looks like a pipe. Damn, well, it was a nice try anyway. 0 out of 10. Terrible. Might as well have made it with ChatGPT. Whenever you want to be a 0 out of 10, ChatGPT got your back. I'm not sure why I'm making specifically fun of that one of the other ones, but you know what? Why not? Oh, 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 oh. Never pass up a golden opportunity. Instead, I just do this. Oh, it sucks. The player can't really easily go through them. I guess they're going through them one way, but not the other. The one-way trip, boys. Hope you're ready. I know I am. Well, this is what we in the business call a travesty. I had to space it out more than this. It's just not enough. Maybe let's get rid of this one entirely. How about not doing that? Actually look better with it. What in the hell? Okay, like, why is that one so weird? It's not usually what happens, but... I actually don't care about that. That makes very little sense from this angle. Yeah. I've actually experimented with asking the AI's questions to see what they could come up with on some things that were so complicated, and what I actually discovered was I was better off doing it without them. Like, they're fine if you're doing something that's so mind-numbingly stupid that you should be able to do it without having to ask them. But the second they're forced with anything, like, faced with anything that's actually complicated, they can't do it. And like, you'll sit there trying to figure out how to get their crap code to work. About the only good use I've ever seen from them is sometimes they can suggest a node I didn't know existed. That's fair. They also suggest a lot of nodes that aren't real too. That's also fair. It's like, no, I didn't think that existed just because it doesn't. Oh, well, thank you for suggesting a node that's not real again. You tell them it's like, oh yeah, that node's not real. Yeah. You think? Freaking weirdo. So I remain horribly unimpressed with AI's coding capabilities, which is probably for the best, to be honest. I am rather impressed with its ability to shoot out decent looking art. Though it does get really samey after a while, so it's kind of... Basically, it's not special, because, you know, the AI just made it, and I think it's adorable. A lot of people are like, I made this. You didn't make anything. You had the AI make it. That's not the same thing. I, too, could just pay a worker to make something, and be like, I made this. No. No, you didn't. But Their animations, they kind of suck so far. Not very impressed. Their voice acting's... it's okay. For my testing version, I'm using AI voice acting because I'm about to score some budget in order to afford real voice acting. With my game dev budget of... so anyway, we're gonna go with not much. That I don't have a budget. I'm gonna have to rely on hoping on that one, but beyond that, But I might actually, I saw a technique that they were doing for various creepypastas, right? And that was to essentially take a bunch of images they had and then have the AI animate those images to just like for each scene. So it was just like ways to show off something was happening without being really complicated. And I found that that actually came out looking okay for what they were doing. So I wonder if I could do cutscenes a similar way. Because obviously I'm not going to be able to do these fully animated cutscenes. I just get that out of your head. That takes as long as making games. Like, that's never happening. This waterfall makes me sad and depressed. It's only good if it's at the top. Maybe the bottom one isn't there. We'll have to see. I'm definitely trying to figure out a good way to do all that, and I don't have one yet, so... a way that's realistic for someone who's, you know, one guy and trying to get this game done some year. Okay, well, you see when I select all these, what I actually want you to do is move them. I'm definitely going to do something different with these waterfalls. There's no world I'm going to keep these the same. Hands off the cheese. I'd have to have the water go somewhere through here if that was the case. Maybe I do have them go through here. Some sort of water testing? I don't know. People are like, you should just like release the game as it is. Yeah, well, look at how much better I can make this game. You know? Of course, now it's currently unbeatable. I decided to point that out to you, in case you weren't certain. It is technically unbeatable right now. Until I make it so you can get the Emperors. I'm not sure if I'm going to raise the water down here. I don't think I will. I think I'm only going to raise this water here. I don't really want to put all the buttons next to each other. That sucks. Like, maybe there's no space for a second control. I guess there could be right here. This was super not well planned out. Almost need like a smaller control panel. Because I don't really want all the buttons here. Of course, to get over here, you have to jump up onto this and then fall down on it, from the look of it. I don't have an easier way to it at the moment. One thing I can do, like instead of making this linear the way it is, I could actually Make it so you pass through this painting and appear over in the safari room and have to unlock the control room. Let's say I did that. Where are you appearing if I do that? I mean, it'd be awesome if I put them in this room, but then that defeats the whole go outside puzzle that I have set up, and that seems silly. I don't want that. Admittedly, this would be a much more interesting location to pop out at and then go from there. But then this serves no function. And that's lame? But I do like the idea of appearing somewhere completely new and then you never visit the waiting room until later. You'll have to backtrack to it with this key in the first place. You'll still have to do that. You don't see Patrick's room in advance. This room becomes harder to get to. The waiting room key is somewhere else then. Of course, at that point, both keys are somewhere else. At that, so you wouldn't even... You'd have to try to find your way breaking all the things that protect this painting in this room. Unlock that. Go to the painting world. Do you have a reason to go to the painting world? Because it actually takes you somewhere entirely different. I mean, one of the few places I could put it would be down here, I guess. Because there's not many other places it could be. I mean, here is another place it could be at, I guess, but that seems a little strange. In here, I could have it on the wall, I suppose. There's not really a good spot for it in here. I really like the idea of popping out into this room, though. Oh, while I'm at it. Takes forever to select all adjacent. Starting to do a lot of box brushes again. And technically, you'd be able to wander around through there too. I don't know how I feel about that, but I guess it's just another place you could jump onto. I don't really care that much. You do it. It doesn't really let you get anywhere you couldn't have gone anyway. In fact, it's actually just kind of an obnoxiously weird area. Might be able to hide a secret. I feel like I should need to be stopped. Okay, like, what the hell, buddy? Like it caused a glitch or something when I duplicated it. Okay, well, let me undo that then. Now when you duplicate it this way, it seems to cause a glitch. Yeah, look at that. Wow. What if I duplicate it by selecting duplicate? We duping? We not duping. What if I'm not selecting any surface when I do it? Like, what if I'm selecting this side surface, I guess, or something? I guess. What happens now? Didn't flub that. Huh. Weird. It's really just comes down to wherever the painting is. I really like the idea of jumping into this room and having to backpedal through that. A little less linear as running around the building. But sure, you know, a person could walk around the building if they have the keys and everything, but that doesn't mean Poppet has to. Here's probably the only location you can really jump out at. Everywhere else is kind of covered. I don't really want to put it in this room. Because this is like a secret room, so it seems kind of lame to drop you in the secret room. Of course, if you jumped out right here and you fell down to here, what would that be like? I mean, you'd have this off to the side. Kind of lame. There's really nowhere else it could be, though. I don't want to drop you too close to the water because the player might jump in. I want to explain what the water is before I do that to them. So it's basically here is the open areas. I guess I could drop them out here. The problem I have is that there needs to be something to land on because you have to be able to get back into the painting. So if there's nothing to land on, no way to reach stuff, it doesn't work out very well. I mean, here could be a place too, for that matter. The room really was set it to look at it from here first, though. Being such a cool room as it is. I really didn't plan for this. Unless I got rid of this rail. Fortunately, that rail goes quite a long distance. I'd have to have a flat area up here, like a deck or something that you came down from. And then put it on the wall right here. And then where's the control room key? These are all tough questions. I do like that better than this. This sucks. This is like the least exciting thing I've ever seen. It moves one door away. That's no fun. I can do better than this. But again, the big problem really is where? Well, I guess by the picnic tables is probably an option. It's kind of weird option. Drop you in the center of the room, now you have really no idea where to go. What just happened there? I have questions and none of them are good. But I can just drop you right on top of this, so it's not like the worst. Kind of strange. I don't want to move all the leaves off that then. It does kind of take up an awkward location, doesn't it? It's okay, waste not, want not, right? I'll have to redo this jumping thing down here. I need to provide an out. That's the problem with these pipes like this won't really provide an out. Also, once you shrink the water, it'll be weird. I'll have to like shut off or something. Is that what we're doing? Hmm. So you pop out here? How do I feel about this? Not great. Without a better location. Because this isn't exactly the most stunning vista to look at when jumping out. Like, it kind of sucks. But without something to grab hold of, like, there's not enough space, walk space here for one here. God, this would be such a good room to jump into, isn't it? Do I forsake my weird getting outside thingy? I guess I could. It's such a cool setup, though. We'd have to go somewhere else different if I did that. Hmm. Yeah, I'll take a quick bio break and think about it. I'll be right back. Hopefully I didn't miss anything exciting. I would be a bit surprised if it didn't, but you never know. I still don't have a good idea for the location of that painting though. I really want this to probably be the location. It just seems like such a good location for it. It really does. Then this room has to become a lot better, but nowhere else has an easy way to reach it. It just seems stupid otherwise. And I'll just have to accept that I need to make a change for this other thing? I don't know. Sure. That gives this room a point too. Something you didn't really have before. Yet. It also disorients the player a bit, which is good because, you know, I want them to have to, you know, explore a bit and find things, so, you know. I'm gonna have to move that key, obviously. That key's in a terrible location. These things aren't really wide enough for a painting is the only problem. These paintings are huge. Making me believe the painting should almost be smaller. Unless there was like a table somewhere for this thing here, but there's already a table right here. But I guess to be fair, there doesn't really have to be a huge area underneath every painting. Just where you jump out at. Because the simple reality is no one expects you to walk under a painting, even though I'm using it to walk under them, but you know. Let's just turn the lights on for this. I mean, realistically, a painting would be likely in the center of the wall. Which does pose a problem about putting something behind it. But it doesn't really have to. I can just push these shelves together. And find something to put over there. To be fair, this can also get pushed forward too. I forgot. This is also a thing. It can also be like a little kiosk thingy too. It doesn't got to be all the way across like this. I also don't need a chair here necessarily. I also don't need to spill my drink all over myself either, but I did that, so, you know. We're gonna go with that being a necessary thing. But I did. Turns out putting the drink in your mouth is actually more effective than not. I know. It's weird, but it turns out. Hear me out on this one. Significantly more effective. Cough, hack, wheeze. Sadly, my allergen to game dev is a forever thing. I can never escape the allergen to game dev. I just, you know, struggle on in spite of it. Oh. Well, that was the least effective thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like, hear me out. What if, and I'm just saying none of the sides were the ones you wanted it to be. Whoa. You miss any more? Spilling is part of the process? Yep. That's right. I'm just pouring one out for the homies. I don't know who the homies are, but I'm pouring one out for them. One day the homies will pour one out for me, I'm sure. He died doing what he loved, being allergic to game dev. Wait, what? No. Terrible. Worst plan ever. Supposed to release the game first. At the very least. Release the damn game. This could just be a tiny little kiosk thingy. I can put tables over here. We love tables. Tables are glorious. Less shelves, more tables. In my Ducky Emporium here. Never underestimate the value of the Ducky Emporium. This is like the first major departure in the order of doing things in a very long time. Kind of exciting, really. Actually represents a major departure in the setup for the first demo area, too. Well, I could make this counter longer. It'd probably look better if it was slightly longer, wouldn't it? That's true. Hear me out. It'd probably look better. Everyone could be like, I was here. I don't know what you were here for, but you were here for it. I guess the creation of the store. This looks exactly like the corner that you'd walk by and it hits you right in the nuts or something like that. It's like the most awkward corner, just this jagged thing sticking right out there, so you just hate yourself. You just took the corner a little too close that one day when you weren't that awake, and it just sucks for the rest of the day. It's just the wrong height and just the right awkward, jagged stick out there that, yeah. There is only pain and suffering in my world. If I'm your architect, there's only pain and suffering. It's that simple, really. I put this angled at the side so that it can be on either side and look like they're all cool or something. Someone can awkwardly block the door. Hell yeah. Don't ask why I didn't just cut this using a singular thing. I made it two pieces for some stupid reason. I guess to be fair, that would still be two pieces, however you look at it. But it does feel like I could have done better. I'm not going to change it. But I could have done better. I just think back to all the rooms I had previously and some of the earlier designs and what this is turning into. It's crazy. So many changes. You know not the changes that have been made. Unless you watched all the streams, in which case you would know. Or at least the vast majority of them. Probably go without a chair here. I mean, there's these shelves here to get things up, and then I could just put a table there. I could have a chair by the table. I could also just have a chair back here. I could not be a complete jerk. Let my people sit down. I mean, I feel like I should be a complete jerk, but they might also be standing for this. I'm not sure they would sit down. This light would probably be over here because it takes up... Well, maybe not. Like, maybe they just serve customers over on this side. It's kind of weird, but... They're not really watching the door. Seems like a terrible way to set up a shop. Maybe they would stand, but if... I guess the question is, how are they getting up then? Because you don't have double jump here? The current way up is these things. I'm never really a fan of that. Well, sometimes it's okay, but you really want to limit how often you have to do it. Like everything, it's less good if you have to do it all the time. Oh, I see. Those are two different ones. I mean, I guess I don't have to give up my outside the window strategy. Feels less special. I also kind of want there to be like, you jump out here and see all this out here. You know? I guess your first view of the area will be this. It's out of your first view is from looking out this window. And the first view from the other area is much better than this first view, isn't it? Damn. I guess that's not terrible. And they'll see this area here. Maybe they'll notice that. Maybe they won't. I'll have to move where the little water warning is. You see all the water here, more ways to wander. You lose out on having the two ways to go though, which kind of sucks. Like there's a lot more opportunity for ways to go this way. But it does give you a reason to kind of go around and look for things. I could easily put a key out here or something obnoxious. You can make your way back, right? So if they jump down here, they're okay? Oh yeah, not a problem. God, the room's so different now. I mean, it got a big change. I still have to set up a water setup too, so. At this point, the waiting room key would now be in the control room. Presumably. I could give a divergence here. I could leave the waiting room key here. I almost always drink these Sierra Nevada Pale Ales because they're like a local brew and they're basically just inexpensive because they're brewed in the city. They're like $1.50 or something per. Not too bad. That and water. My backup drink over in the orange cup. This orange cup I got for, I believe, free, and just it still works. So I never get rid of it. And maybe I'll create a divergence here. Maybe I'll really screw with the player. Let's put the waiting room key here and let you go into the waiting room. But then make there be an alternate way so the player gets completely confused on what they're supposed to do here. Hell yeah. I'm basically a pure hater at this point. Hell yeah, cheers. The game dev. Being up all night doing it. Well, all night for me anyway. For everyone else, you know, might not be night for you. You might be normal. I won't hold it against you, of course, but you know, you might be normal. Hey Lepus, how's it going? Alright, so where are we hiding the control room key? How about here? Or here. We'll put it here instead. Means we're taking this somewhere else. Honestly, maybe it goes back to where it was. Good little spot. It's like a little rabbit hole here for you. I'm doing a massive restructure on the order things happen. Not a lot, just a big old restructure. I decided that now when you get to the end of the toy maze, you don't actually have the keys to get through to the control room. But now I have all these orbs you destroy in order to unlock the paintings, and then you'll go into the painting world and you'll pop out from the painting world all the way over in the new room. Find your way through here, pop out to here finally, and then from here I'm going to add in more water controlling here because the control room had nothing to do. It didn't control anything. So you're going to find the key to the control room here, which will then let you lower the water to reach the Empress. And then from there, I'll probably provide a secret way out, unless I have you go back, unless I make this not a secret room anymore. It might just be not an optional room. And you pop out here and you can just head the way you want to go if you want, because you have the waiting room key already. So there'll be some big changes there. More confusing ways to go, more ways to just keep making these things so much more complicated and cool and fun to do, as opposed to, they're kind of straightforward before. But I really am realizing that there's a lot of empty space in this area that could be used for a lot of cool stuff. And I was just wasting it. I was totally wasting it. I came up with like 17 ideas that I was going to work on. And, yeah. I don't know why I wrote in the toy base and then forgot the rest of it. Yes. More pipes and gears and things like that, you know. I gotta go through and make stuff good. So right now it feels mediocre. The whole game feels a little mediocre. There's some good stuff, but there's some real mediocre things. And all my homies hate mediocre things. I figure this, you know, first chapter is going to be what sells people on the game, so it better be fantastic. Also, I'm not even like halfway through the dev cycle yet for this game. So, assuming a 3-year dev cycle. Of course, quality takes a while. After all, what, Silksong took 6 years or something? I don't think I'm gonna take 6 years. Hopefully just 3, but we'll see. Need me some quality. I want one of these buttons. We gotta figure out something about the secret passage here, which won't work anymore. So, there's gonna have to be some other strategy I do to make this work. I'll figure something out. Probably just some sort of pipe thing that's, you know, being blocked and the pipe will aim upwards or something, and that's that gravity keep the water in. I don't know if that would really work per se, but oh. People do be liking their jams. I could have him empty the water completely out of this room. It kind of sucks if you can empty the water completely. Takes the fun out of it. Where is my instant death to make things exciting? I forgot how these were set up, so we'll figure it out. We'll call this the Empress Pool. Where's Empress Pool? This is actually just called Safari Room, right? I gotta have the in front of it. Ugh, not where they're at. Room info. Any one of them is fine. I just need this. Yeah, it's just Safari. Technically, it's located in the control room, so maybe that's a thing that I need to write. That makes you wonder why it's there if that's the case, but maybe. I forgot how I set this puzzle up because I haven't looked at the others in forever, but more puzzles, more things to do, more stuff. I do wonder if I need to shrink this game down a bit as far as like if I keep adding so much stuff to do in each floor, maybe I don't need to have 7 floors. I can probably go with 5 or something and be happy. I'm seeing how long this one floor is taking, and to be fair, there's a lot that was created during this, but still. It's seeming like this might be kind of a lot. It does need that. Has a puzzle, does have to be checked. Okay, it's mostly just that. I just need to tag the room info. Room name. Give it some transforms. And then the item names that affect it. Man. I also have to make the rubber duckies float. It's important. Imagine if you had rubber duckies that didn't float. Yeah, exactly. I have to keep adding more things. That's why it's actually better to add a bunch of content to rooms that we've already made and keep making them better than it is to make entirely new areas. Because entirely new areas require me to create all the baseline stuff, and then if I want to add anything to it, well, I'm back to square one. I'm doing exactly this, but the other, so I might actually knock it down to just 5 floors. Possible. I have some pretty good layouts for a lot of these things, but some of these ones, it just seems like I'm overkilling it really hard. But we'll see. It might be unnecessary as I keep finding I can squeeze so much more out of each of these rooms. And really, really just, keep you busy. I mean, I was just arbitrarily... the reason why I started with so many rooms was because of the... I wanted to have the 5 victims, and I wanted to kind of give them their own little areas, like they're Mega Man bosses or something. But that quickly got kicked to the curb by the fact that it was just going to be way too much. Because I would need basically an area for each of them, and then I would also need, a super secret extra area at the end for if you pick the right way. which, I mean, originally, come on, there was like 9 levels to this building. And I'm seeing how much I can just add to these things, because I mean, these rooms were kind of incomplete. Like, you just kind of ignored 90% of them. Like, even this room is basically an incomplete room. Like, there's nothing down here. There's just nothing to do. This is the level Poppet plays at most of the time. He occasionally jumps on things, but it's just there's nothing going on. Same thing with this room. There's kind of just nothing. It's, I guess, okay sometimes. Down under here, there's just nothing. You just run through it like it doesn't matter for the next area, and that's so boring. Whereas I could have a whole underworld crazy looking thing going on down here. I could make you run on top of the pipes. I could do all these things, and I'm not doing that. And I should, because like all this is built, this is just wasted space that I could be doing something cool with. Or like areas up above Patrick here that don't have anything there yet. Like behind here, there's a secret way up here that leads to nothing currently. But there could be something there. There's just so many places I could hide things for you to do. And like you get to rooms like this that are just, they're really empty. In this room, you kind of just dodge Charlotte. To be honest, I might take Charlotte out of this room because I want to kind of give you things to bounce around on and enjoy in this room. And Charlotte requires a very open area for her to work, so I don't like that very much. So, like, I can do a lot with these rooms, and I'm just not doing it. Not to mention that there's 2 rooms on this floor that have no purpose at all. There's so much, I could probably squeeze like a good 4 hours out of this, even me doing it, before we even get to the next map. So, like, there's a lot that I could be doing. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here, is I could probably add a whole other extra boss in if I felt like it. But then I started looking at the other maps there, and it's like, okay, well, this map is taking this long, and I could squeeze that much into it. Now imagine a map that was like 180% the size of this one, or another map that's like twice the size. Like the third map is actually like, yeah, he's basically just twice the size outright of this map, and it's like, does it need to be twice the size of that map? Really? That's huge. That's really huge. If I can keep you busy 3 or 4 hours in this first map and I know where everything is, imagine what I could do at a map twice the size of this. Then ask yourself, did I need the map to be twice the size of this? So that's kind of where I'm at right now with it. It's just like, I could be making this content way better, because having a bunch of content is less valuable than having a, you know, a smaller amount of great content. No, I learned from that game jam that originally spawned this game. It was just better to have quality content over lots of content. I realize that's the antithesis of AAA game these days, where they just put a bunch of trash content and then expect you to just slurp it up. This isn't even the right height. Oh, that's awkward. I'd rather be taller than this. That's true. I don't really have a need to build a portfolio though, per se. Not really. I put the water at this height. I think the other thing's a little tall because I kind of want to put these below the deck, and they're not. Why need I set these as a transform? But I can't copy this transform? Really? It's so awkward. But why is it 180 away? Why would you do that to me? That makes no sense. No value in lowering this water to this level though. I think I just want 3 of them for reasons, but you know, my entire plan is release this game. That's it, that's the plan. Hopefully game is good. If game is not good, game gets held back until game is good. I should just get the height of this one, actually. It was originally programmed to be that height, so never mind. Really? Huh. Whatever. Don't know how they could be considered different heights, but I guess maybe because they're a different transform. I was 3.75 on that one, just for that, and then we just get this height here. Really? I literally copied this thing and it doesn't work. See what I gotta deal with here? Keyboard is terrible. Hey, Elm Vector. Oh, thanks. I'll have to tell the stylist she did a great job. Maybe even take a picture so she knows what to do next time. I told her just, hey, just, you know, wherever you think would look good, and just don't shave it all off or make it green. What you came up with. Other than that, going pretty good. Can't really complain. I mean, I suppose I could, but I don't know why I would. Just saying, I don't know why I would. Hear me out. No idea why I would. I didn't copy this, did I? Nope. No, sir. Did that for Patty's Day? Yeah. Unfortunately, when you color your hair a funny color in California, it often means you do something very different than doing it in other locations. Here it means you might be crazy. It is, as we say, less good. Yeah, less good indeed. Hear me out. It doesn't look so good. Nah. Nah. No. Well, we're talking a different kind of crazy here. Usually the people here with funny colored hair are a little not so right in the head, you know? Yeah, they're the kind of people out there fighting for criminals right about now. California's a weird place. Don't come here. I don't recommend it. It's not very nice. No. Terrible place. Beautiful. Beautiful place. Mostly just the people aren't so great here. There are exceptions, of course. I am farther to the north, so things are a little less bad here. But, you know, I wouldn't want people to think I was part of that group. No. No. I don't have a way to get up there. Actually, I could just cheat my way up there. Fair enough. That's those buttons. The buttons. Can I hit Jay? I didn't change that one, unfortunately. I saw it move. I saw it move. This one is not set up correctly. Aha! Slowly but surely we get there. You know what? Hear me out. Why not just change one thing on each thing and save myself a whole lot of time and effort? I need a smaller control panel or something. What I could also do, I could raise the way up into this room higher up. Lower the water so you get into here and force you to have to use a control panel in here in order to hit the button here. Huh? Oh, thanks for the prime, Helm Director. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Update the supporter thingy. Where are you at, supporters thingy? Blah 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 blah. Huh. Doot 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 doot. Ah, up to 3. Soon, soon. Or, you know, you just gotta be that wonder guy here who's, you know, currently at 5 months. And you'll be at the top. Yes. Months do fly by. It is true. I have rent in my office and rent in my house, so it's weird how quickly I'm paying rent again. Am I going? I think that's how it is for all of us, though. But then again, if you're having fun doing what you're doing, months tend to fly by a lot faster, and if you don't, then they kind of drag on. I guess if you want your life to seem like a long one, just do really boring things all the time. Is this a life hack? Your life feels too short? Not anymore! Every day I wait for an hour at the DMV. My life seems like it takes forever. Genius. I think I would inch away slowly from anyone who decided that waiting an hour at the DMV every day was what they wanted to do with their time. Yes. I suppose there's something for everyone. Huh. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for the support. Oh, I was gonna test all these buttons. I got confused. Here that is. Pretty much. Here UE asset flip. Came straight out of the package just like this. I know. I don't know why I'm doing that. I literally don't have a save setup since I'm using the test mode and not the normal mode. I'll be back at the start of the game, and I really don't want to run all the way from that. That's kind of a long way to go. I guess it's not infinite, but since there's none of the doors are open, it should be quite a long time. Release it and make money? Okay. So I can make more games? Oh. What a jerk. I guess I want to equip all these, huh? Is there an easy way down to here? I just made a big change to this level. Looking for the... Oh, well. Thanks again for the sub and for the lurk, too. I'm looking for the best way down, because I want the player to have an easy way to jump down, but it's not that easy to see where to go, which is kind of weird. I guess you'd they probably want to jump down by the Empress, not down here. If they jump down here, they're going to have a hard time, I think. Well, thanks, Red Light Database. I mean, you know, people seem to like it so far. Guess this new system's not very good for switching between them quite though yet. Oh no, I'm so bad at my own game. I'm so bad. Very different game now that this is the way the thing plays out. But this whole area plays very different. Well, this does work, but I kind of want to move them around more. Play this game a little bit. Of making the game more interesting where you have to go. I kind of wanted to keep the machinery room and the pump room optional. But the downside of that is I could make this more interesting by putting the third button down there. Something that is... There's just no space in here for it. I don't know where I would put another button in here. But if two buttons lowered it so you could reach down into here, it would be interesting. I'd have to remake this wall. Oh joy. But there's a hole up here. Well, the hole would have to be right here below it. It can't be this high up because this is here. This is here. If I did that, where would I put this? I guess I could put it down here. Is that what I'm doing? That does rob it of being an optional room. But at the same time, it does make it more interesting if there's another place to reach. God, this room got so changed. What is even going on with that? The problem is it's not going to fit the window very well. I'm going to go ahead and ultra sky this stuff here. I guess I could remove the mushrooms from there. I don't know if I want to put this right in front of the window. It's a place I could put it. Possibly I want to make it so that this is easier to see through. This one looks better from the side. Yeah, it's got to go up here. It's got to have some sort of pipe system leading the water out, and then but you have to be able to go through it yourself. There may be some sort of a pipe down that you run through. It drops water out, and then the water goes to like a trough to somewhere else. Maybe just back into the pool over here. Another pipe. Some of these are going to have to shut off too whenever you do that as well. You should probably rig the shit off at the same time. Hmm. Oh well, let's take a look at it and see what happens. If I don't like it, I can always change it. Sometimes I wonder if my dream for this game is actually just to become the free for the month on Epic so everybody plays it. Or they really sponge people install it. Then I realized that they pretty much put just about anything as a free for the month on Epic, so... it would get me a decidedly large amount of players. And probably some sort of swag too, a little bit of cash. Probably not anywhere near as much if it's sold well though. That's true. Well, that's the one I want. Oh. Robots Master for right now. Look for flank, ratchet flank. Oh. I mean, doesn't sound very useful to me, but worth a look. Oh, I see. Only problem with that is you know, like an IP thing where, you know, you're basically, you can't use it because copyright infringement. Also doesn't fit my game, but oh yeah, I saw those. Those are don't really fit my game either. Too futuristic, right? The animations might be kind of cool, I guess, but the problem is it's probably a weird skeleton, I imagine. Is it? Yeah, it's got its own skeleton. Hey, Big D, how's it going? Yeah, I picked these up and, I mean, you know, they're free. I obviously take them, but this looks like someone can make, oh, How best to put this? It's like if they made Mega Man and Mega Man had like zero charm whatsoever. He even has a little Mega Blaster. Where is it? Or maybe not. Yeah, it has a Mega Blaster. So it's like if Mega Man had zero charm. I'd put a different head on it, to be honest. If possible. I know they don't fit, it's just something in mind. That's fair. Yeah, everyone should get the free for the month stuff. Sorry, free for the 2 week stuff. This one was pretty bad for me. I mean, I don't know why I would need yet another forest, but please stop giving me forests. I really don't care. This isn't even a good looking forest. This is just like a forest. Like, cool, I guess. Someone took some pictures outside. Congratulations. I don't know what to do with this. Like, what would you ever need this for? To be fair, I did see that hot dog in a museum game. This guy, the guy who made that's jumping for joy right about now. I'm just saying. Maybe a retro 50s sci-fi robot? That's true. Problem is I'm doing more like, you know, late 1910s, early 1920s sort of thing. A little farther back. But, I mean, they're not a horrible looking thing. I was really sad this time. I'm like, nothing's useful for me at all. It's the worst thing ever. To be fair, it's rare I find anything that's not useful anymore. I don't really need very much. So for something to be useful for me, it's going to have to be pretty specific. They're welcome to give me free steampunk stuff, though. I mean, I'll try it. I don't know if I'm going to use it. Try it. You know? Hear me out. I'll take it. Problem is I own like almost every steampunk thing already. It's not like it's hard. Not many of them. One might say there's essentially none. I remember there was one group of people, they got upset at me because I had someone literally message me trying to sell me on buying their crap, and I said, you know, I don't really need anything right now, but hey, you know, if you make anything that's like you know, steampunk or something and happen to put it on Fab, let me know and I might be interested. And somehow this upset people that I was suggesting they put their work on Fab instead of selling it to me by, you know, cold messaging me on Discord and or something. I'm like, okay, well, you guys are all stupid, and I'm going to just gonna leave the place of the dumb people. I can't imagine selling things to people on Discord through cold messaging as a good strategy. But it was really funny. I'm just like, but if they make something that is steampunk and I want it, I will buy it off the market. That's why I said. It's weird. To this day, I do not know why this upset them so much. Maybe they were the ones who were cold messaging me on Discord. Also, for anyone listening, if you make cool things that are steampunk and put them on Fab, there's a chance I might buy them. I know it's weird, but I like steampunk things and I can't make it all myself. I could, but I'll never get this game done. Imagine that, me making all this stuff for this game. Jesus. I already don't know when I'm going to get this game done. Thought I had one of these side selected, but I guess not. Unfortunate. Never know you buy it from me because of the 30% Fab money cut. Oh, maybe. A lot of it's just the convenience thing. I didn't realize Fab took 30%. That's crazy. The Epic Marketplace doesn't take anywhere close to that for their games, but I suppose Fab is not the same. I know Steam takes 30%. I hate Steam. They're like, give us $100 just to list your game, and, you know, we're gonna take 30%. I'm like, Jesus, Steam. I don't even use you anymore. But I have to sell on it because they're still the dominant market. Even if I like the Epic Store like 1,000 times more than it. Might be because the Epic Store keeps giving me so many free games that I haven't bought a game in like... Actually, that's incorrect. I bought the Alice Madness Returns on Steam because it was 99 cents. And I'm like, you know, for 99 cents, I may play through this again. I will give you 99 cents. It also was not on sale in the Epic Store. I could have just waited, but it was 99 cents. Funny part is it's not even that good of a game, but just as an inspiration game, I kind of feel like I should give them some money. Admittedly, I'm giving money to EA, and I feel bad about that, so I'm very mixed on this plan. Hear me out, I'm mixed on this. Neither of these sounds very good. I should probably play through that on stream at some point, since it's like an inspiration game. I did consider having a game day. Just an extra day where I just stream, but I only stream a game I want to play, or maybe other people's games too. Everyone's like, play my game! Well, with my rigorous game dev schedule, I never have time. Maybe like on a Saturday or something. Of course, there was that time I got hacked for helping someone test their game too, so... Hmm. I actually don't know why I'm even changing the scale of that. Do I even care? Maybe. Be like this height. And then you could wander through. I'm like a horrible person for what I'm doing in this particular area. Hear me out. Boop. I can still blockade it so you don't notice it. Oh wait, no I can't. Ah, damn. That's right. If this is no longer an optional area, then I can't just block it with the Empress. Damn it. This disappoints me greatly. Hmm. Hmm. To be honest, every time I give him the tour, I don't really ever skip this area anyway, so it's not like much will change for the tour, yeah? Basically take the mushrooms out of this location. And then run water through it. And this machine could operate in water too. I'm just going to stretch this one for the moment. I'm going to change it in a bit, but I want to see where I put it all first, and then I'll go from there. Maybe not stretch it that much. Hmm. Yeah, because I'll probably have this in the wall like that, so there'll probably be water in here. And I'll just have the water come out of a pipe and pour into there. That's putting you in a new fun room to play in. I just get rid of this entirely. Well, I can't have it stick out that far. Or that's one of those crush your kneecaps kind of door, I saw. Maybe everyone's kneecaps. Is he? Well, now I'm curious to see on this one here. I don't even follow him on Twitter. I suppose I should follow people on Twitter. Or maybe I do. I do not. I follow him now. Oh, wow. So, what are you saying here? If you're burnt out, don't quit. Take a break, but don't quit. I'm on my third game. Every single one of my games has taken at least 2 years. This one, Twisted Tower, I think is almost 4. I'm severely burnt out. Severely. I don't even enjoy working on this project anymore. Even worse, I have to be scrappy at this point. Finding funding and revenue in places I never thought I'd have to look. So if you're tired, burnt out, just know I'm in the trenches with you. There's no excuse to be too tired to finish. Finish the game. Finish it strong. So, I suspected the same thing was happening when he put out that video saying that he went back to being a solo dev. And he talked about how he wanted things the way he wanted, and he kept sending things back. Because people would make something for it, but in his mind, it wasn't what he wanted. And as a solo dev, he said he could make it as he wanted. But what it really sounded like was that he had an exacting standard and didn't want to take advantage of, wasn't paying attention to like the budget and like the timeline to accomplish his goal. So he finally ran out of funding. So he's saying like he spent like $20,000 a month. He said in his own video about it. And he, at this point, clearly he overspent. Keep in mind that I have like a little over $1,000 in like all my game dev ever. 20 G's. I mean, I think his game looks pretty good, but I could have made his game for 20 G's, man. Like 20 grand for the people who don't, $20,000. Yeah, like, yeah. His game's not that impressive. If he's spending 20,000 a month, I mean, for that price tag, it's not that impressive. It's a good-looking game. Don't worry, it's not a bad-looking game. I think it's pretty cool, but... And one thing he talked about is he wanted unique everything, even like unique trees. Don't ever spend money on unique trees. Or unique rocks or things like that. There's so many of them already. Nobody playing your game will look at the rocks and trees and go, this game is so much better because these trees are totally unique. People run by your trees. Nobody cares. Unless your trees look like total garbage, but there's plenty of free trees out there that look great. Take your pick. Why are you wasting money on something frivolous? Like, spend it on your characters. Spend it on your enemies. Spend it on something that people will remember. But, yeah. Also, make use of free stuff. Don't be crazy. If you're a solo dev or like an indie dev, you don't have a huge budget. He had a really big budget. He wasted a lot of it. But, I mean, seriously, remember, you're not a AAA company. And don't be like, well, Expedition 33. They had 34 people on their website, hired 30 people over the course of their game, and had multiple millions of dollars to invest. That's like a AA company. That ain't no like tiny indie or anything, okay? That's huge. So yeah, don't use that as an example. You're better off using like Silksong. At least there was only like a handful of people on that to my knowledge. But they also are super well known and had a lot of money too, so yeah. I think this game's really good, to be honest. It's really close to being finished, but I don't know why he's taking it really. Yeah. Like I say, watch this video about becoming a solo dev. Because if you read between the lines in that video, you'll really see what he was talking about. Like you'll see the problems that he just... It's very apparent. When did he say about it? He specifically had a time for it. Because, I mean, he's done a lot of, he's got a lot of good things to say, but you can also learn from his mistakes, too. Yeah, he has a lot of money, definitely, Levi. Where is it? I don't even know when he did it. Everything blends together. What do you call it? It was such an eye-opening video. Very worth the watch, purely if you're paying attention to what he's basically saying and not saying. is it? It can't have been over a year ago. I mean, it came out after I started streaming on Twitch, and I've only been streaming on Twitch since, like, what, late October, early November? Has to be newer than that. Unless he took it down. Is this the one?
Game, and more important, wrong. This is completely wrong. To build a game, since Lee was certainly able to build some wealth.
Yes. Must be the video.
I gave up. I completely scrapped.
Based off looking at this one here, they're wrong about video games thing. But
Ultimately, just honestly, I gave up.
Gave up.
1,000 very positive reviews on Steam, and genre that's popular. Pick the one that's tends to be, well, explosive for you. That's called alpha testing. In a genre that you understand, at least each year. Just make a good, decent games full time.
I don't know if that was the one. I'd have to look through his videos. It might have been it, but he really talks about going solo, and I could have sworn he mentioned it in his thing. God, it was so eye-opening. And that has to probably be the one, because none of the other ones actually have anything to do with anything at the store. Yeah, I swear I linked it in the Discord. And it's probably that one. Because none of the other ones look even close to this thing here. Yeah, it's probably that one. I lost it. It's also one of the few ones I watched, which is usually a sure sign, but I would check this one. I'll link it in the various chats. I think this is it. But he basically went over a lot of the mistakes he'd made. And the biggest takeaway I took from it was when he was going over the fact that he couldn't accept that, you know, things had to be not necessarily how he wanted. Because when you're a solo dev and you make everything yourself, congratulations, everything can be everything you've ever wanted. However, it's going to take a huge amount of time. But he had people working for them, but he kept saying it wasn't what he wanted in his head, like what he wasn't envisioning. So he would send it back, which would cost even more money. Where if he had just said, okay, this is good enough, he could have saved so much cash and moved on. And this game does look pretty good for what it is, but he's been at it for now 4 years, and, you know, he's got a couple $100,000 in it per what he said. And it doesn't look like a couple $100,000 game. Made by a team, no less, not just him. Yeah, that's what he was saying, Levi. It's just like it's like, you'll notice that I make do with what I get, and if I find something better, congratulations, but I don't have the money to do that. I don't have the luxury of that. So I don't do that. But that's what he's doing. It's like, okay, well, you can do that, buddy, but by doing so, you are, you know, cutting into your budget pretty hard. And, you know, you're eating a lot of time. Like, you got to learn to just accept that some things are going to not be as you want in your mind. And I already knew this beforehand, because, I mean, I have to think the same way all the time. You know, I can't just have everything I want. I don't have the money. plenty of people I talk to have these unrealistic expectations. They just shouldn't be, you know? Like, this is just not... Like, you can't make that. You don't have the team, you don't have the money. Aim, you know, at a level you can achieve. And some people don't want to hear it at all. They get upset at me for saying it. But some people don't live in reality. And their game, as a result, will never get done because it's what the Jack Sparrow thing does. It's what a man can do, what a man can't do. For instance, you can accept your father as a pirate or not, but you'll have to swear with that one day. And take me, I can sail. I can't. I could let you drown, but I can't sail the ship into my, into Tortuga all by my lonesome. So it's like, can you sail into the command of a pirate or not? And he's basically saying you got to accept reality, because this is what you can and can't do. And he's right. It's hard to work with people, and then you see something you don't actually envision. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I usually, when I want something to people, I just give a general concept that needs to be. Like, these things have to be to work, but beyond that, it's like with my haircut. I said it needs to basically, I actually gave her 3 conditions. Don't shave it off. Don't make it a funny color base, like I use the green joke like that, and it has to look respectable. That's it. And I said, go ahead. Because I know that basically any haircut will get the job done, as long as it fulfills these 3 things. I have to handle people's money. They're going to, want me to look at least respectable when I do it. That's it. That's all. You got to learn that things can't always be your way. You can't always be in control. Control is often an illusion. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Pretty much it. I don't know. Because, over the years, I was like, most haircuts look real similar. And, within a couple months, your hair grows back out to whatever anyway. So you won't even really notice. Who cares? As long as they didn't shave it off or make it a funny color, make it look a little respectable, and then they could chop it funny like that. But they also don't want you to, never come back either. So they're going to try to do a good job. And oftentimes you'll get a better haircut than you came up with yourself, because who do you think has done like thousands of haircuts? The person doing your hair. Who probably knows what looks better on people's heads than you do? The person doing your hair. And that's how I feel about a lot of artists. A lot of artists probably know better than me what would look good. They make all this cool stuff. Do you think I had that idea? No, I didn't. So I'll use their idea. This whole game is made up of things of, like, other people's ideas along the way. I didn't make these machines. These were free for the month, bucko. I don't remember how long ago, but, they're free for the month. Well, thanks, Levi. Yeah. I'll be sure to tell her next time. I'll be certain to request her. I went there once before, and I got someone who was a barber in training. It did not work out so hot that time. I didn't have to tell the guy it didn't look very good. He was so proud. I was like, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll take a picture and be like, yep, I need you to make me look like this. Or maybe next time I'll just roll the dice and see what she comes up with. I've been making a lot of, as far as game dev goes, I've been making a lot of, concessions to how I want things to be along the way. It's just how it's got to be. Some of the mechanics in the game, some things had to be changed too. Like, a lot of things, because I couldn't make it happen. I couldn't think of a way to do it. Like, I know it's possible, and if I had, like, infinite money or time, sure. But I couldn't think of a way to do it otherwise. Like, I was like, okay, cool, but... That's actually the first thing I think of when someone suggests something to me in this game is how would I implement it? Like, how hard is it to implement that idea? And then the time frame it takes to implement it versus how much it really adds to the game. Like, my roommate suggested that I had, like, mice that you could, like, befriend or something like that, and they could travel through the walls for you. And I think that's really cool. Traveling through the walls would be so much fun, but let's think about that. I have No animations for mice. I do not even have a mouse to work with. The walls aren't even set up to go through them. They're not thick enough. They'd have to be much thicker. And where would they go? And then I have to establish why the mice are able to, like, you can befriend mice and do all these things. Like, this is a game about toys coming to life. And not about you befriending mice like you're some sort of, you know, sewer Disney princess or something, you know, like. To be fair, I'll probably treat Poppet like a Disney princess, and that I'll make her actually likable. Because that's the thing about Disney princesses, everyone in the movie likes them, because they're usually, honestly, usually pretty good people. To be 100% fair, they're usually pretty good people. Like, not realistically good, of course, but to be fair, where's realism involved in this game, right? I mean, as long as we're getting technical, is there really be realism in this game? I mean, really? Really? Sewer Disney, yeah. I mean, listen. Haven't you seen the new Suicide Squad? Ratcatcher. There's your, you know, Disney sewer Disney princess. We were talking about, you know, hey JG, how's it going? We were talking about, like, you know, Disney princess death battles and, like, you know, who would win the fight if all the Disney princesses were fighting. We imposed a simple rule that you couldn't have sentient helpers, because otherwise it's like a movie versus a movie, because everyone would aid the Disney princess, because that's just how they are. Everyone's like enslaved by them, essentially. But one of the things we were talking about, how it's like Snow White would basically be like, have like the greatest animal handling you've ever seen in your life, like the ultimate ranger, because all she need to do is sing and every animal in the forest instantly obeys her bidding. Like, holy crap, could you imagine that? I mean, like, she'd wreck you. Oh my god. Like, all of them, it's just like you start thinking about how ridiculous these things are. She could actually be a sewer princess pretty easy too, because she has like the ultimate animal handling, so, you know, that would work on rats too. To be fair, like, well, she only befriended magical rats, right? I was gonna say, oh gosh, the one who lost her slipper, Cinderella, also seemed to befriend animals pretty well, but not really at the same level, because, you know, those ones were all sentient. Would be not quite the same. We also came to the conclusion that if it was in the water area, it would kill most of them, because she could just drag him under. That'd be like the whole fight. Like, she's quite strong, weirdly strong, but almost none of them can actually fight from the water. I mean, like, Elsa'd probably have a chance, but Elsa's not a Disney princess. For Disney themselves. We still include her because it's more fun if she's involved, and everyone thinks Elsa, but these are the important discussions you have to have. Who would win a Disney princess death battle? We get bored sometimes. Mainline movies too, because, you know, you're not allowed, actually, mainline series, I should say. We don't want to include Kingdom Hearts and fucking Wreck-It Ralph and God knows what else they've been in. If you include Wreck-It Ralph, they've all got magical powers. Every single one of them. Quite literally able to fly, basically bend reality. It was a little OP. That might be a more fun video. Screw doing tutorials for Unreal Engine. Let's just talk about death battles instead. I'd like it more. I guess there's a question, who wins between like Ariel and Moana in the water, because the ocean basically serves Moana. But is the ocean sentient? There's a question you gotta ask. Is the ocean sentient? I guess it kind of is in that, isn't it? Hmm. Incidentally, we kind of decided that the winner would be basically Rapunzel because she got a series, and in her series she essentially gets indestructible hair that can basically prevent blasts. She's strong enough to pull multiple people up a cliff with it. She gets an AoE death ability because for some reason a Disney princess needs an AoE death ability and an AoE heal ability because why not? And if you count the end of the movie, by the end of the series, she literally gains the power to manipulate all of reality, making her basically the most busted Disney princess if you include her little series, which is actually surprisingly pretty good. I had to watch a lot of. We got into a big old discussion. It involved a lot of crappy Disney princess thingies. Some of them are better than you think, and some of them really do suck ass. Yeah, only your part of the ocean is sentient. That's the question. Like, if we said no sentient helpers was kind of the rule, because if you get sentient helpers, it is movie versus movie, but also then the question is who's stronger, fairy godmothers or a genie? Right? Because you know the genie is going to help Jasmine, and you know the fairy godmother is going to help Cinderella. Who wins? I guess if the battle goes long enough, the fairy godmothers, because their magic is, they don't have a cap on their wishes, but they don't seem as powerful as the genie. So, you know, this is a big question to ask. That's fair. Kingdom Hearts basically just rehashes a bunch of their scenes anyway. That's why I thought was surprised Elsa doesn't count, because she's in Kingdom Hearts. It's like a princess. So you would think that that would make her count, because Disney has obviously, you know, a lot of say in what goes on in those, but she does not. In fact, for Disney's own, they have a Disney princess website, which we were using to dictate who counts as a Disney princess. We do love talking strategy. There might have been alcohol involved with this, but mostly it went on for a long time, you know, just because everyone wanted, you know, like, okay, well, who wins? Blah, blah, blah. This is just fun. But Rapunzel's pretty broken. Oh my god. You could argue that, like, whether or not Elsa could beat her first or not. You have to stop Rapunzel from being able to talk. If she can talk, she can kill you. That's the problem. So in the water, she might die because she has like 70 feet of hair and would easily get dragged down in the water and probably killed. So if she was in the water, she probably loses to just about anybody. She's 70 feet of hair. Her own words, 70 feet of hair. Indestructible hair. She can't cut it off to get away from it. But she can entangle people like it's Spider-Man or something, like Spider-Man's webs. It is broken. Like, she got that series, and that series made her so gross. We're like, Jesus Christ. She went from being a loser to the most OP character around. What happened? What happened indeed? Actually, I could just put another mushroom here or something. Some of them are pretty lame though. Like, I don't. The Frog Princess, she doesn't have any power. She just dies. She's actually probably the weakest princess around. Like, if I had to pick anyone to lose a fight, it's her. She's got nothing. At least like what, like Merida, the Irish girl, has like surprising ability to fight. Like, just with being with a bow, she's already like ridiculous, like Robin Hood practically. So she's at least got that going for her. She manages to fight off bears and things, so I mean, kudos to her. That's pretty impressive. And obviously you've got what, Mulan, who is a trained military person. Like Rhea, who's also a trained fighter. All of which could basically beat a normal person in a fight. Even Moana is like, ends her series as a demigod. She's pretty much a loser most of her series, but she does end as a demigod. Yeah, that's the thing. She has a lot of power over the sea, so she could be really devastating if you can get her near the ocean. If she's not near the ocean, she's just basically just an ordinary girl with no powers whatsoever. So that's kind of the thing. She really is just Aquaman, except for... I mean, Aquaman's still able to fight outside of the ocean. He's still pretty tough. Like, he'll beat a normal person. Ariel's not beating a normal person in a fight. Unless she's in the water. If she's in the water, yeah. You could argue that she could have access to anything that's in her... any non-sentient thing in her show, in which case she could have her father's trident. Which, you know, would grant her some impressive powers in the ocean. So, you know, that's not nothing. She would be tough in the ocean. That's the big problem. It's like, if this battle's not in the ocean, okay, cool, but hear me out. What is she gonna do? Yeah. But we're also working on the theory of no sentient helpers, right? Because, again, it's the movie versus the movie, like, at that point. And that just led to the argument of the who was the toughest, basically, magical creature. So all those sentient helpers, like, if they... She wouldn't be able to call any of the helpers at that point. That's also why Snow White would lose her little ranger ability. It's like, okay, cool. But what good does this do? The answer is, I don't know, something. I need to make this more clear to jump down here, or this is going to be so complicated. I think this room will already confuse the crap out of people. Because you put the third button here. I don't think I'm forgetting any of the princesses. Oh, well, I mean, I guess if you count Alice from Alice in Wonderland, I don't think she even counts as a legit princess. But again, what is she gonna do? She has nothing. She's just an ordinary, like, I think she's, what, like 13 or something? Like, she's not gonna win a fight. What's she gonna do? Nothing? Okay. Like, if it was American McGee's Alice, she might fight, but... She got a lot of weapons. And teleportation capabilities, even though it is short range. And an insanity ability, too. That'd be a much more interesting fight, but the rest of them, it's like, okay. Have I forgotten any of these princesses? Now I'm curious. I think I got them all. There really aren't that many. I mean, Jasmine has no power. She's really very athletic. I'll give her that much. Oh, Belle. I forgot Belle. Yeah, Belle doesn't do anything. I don't see how Belle even fights. They can all yap your off. They're women. Nothing. So true. Oh, Aurora. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, the contenders, as far as if we're playing according to Disney's own rules, they have a site. Here are your Disney princesses. Yes, you get to see this here. We already talked about Moana, Rapunzel. Tiana's the frog princess, no powers. Ariel, of course. Cinderella, again, not any real powers. Fairy godmothers. Jasmine, like I say, very, very athletic. I'll give her that. She's probably Olympic level athlete. Belle. So anyway, Snow White again has like the ranger ability with the animals, but no sentient helpers, so can't use it. Aurora, no abilities that I've ever seen. Mulan, we already saw she can fight, just like Merida. These ones can both fight. Pocahontas probably has survival skills, I would imagine. So she's probably able to at least spend, or maybe a little better in a fight than I would assume Aurora or something like that, but probably not that great. And Rhea's a trained fighter too, so she's probably on par with Mulan and Merida. Actually, she's probably better than Merida. I think Merida's probably the worst fighter of the lot. She doesn't really get into combat with anything besides a bear. The other ones are fighting people. So those are your princesses. No one else is technically allowed if you count Disney. So technically it does not include Alice from Alice in Wonderland, who would have no powers anyway, and, you know, Elsa, the one everyone thinks about. And I guess Anna, technically, who also has no powers. So she would be kind of crappy. If you include Elsa, then the battle gets interesting, I think. Or if you just say, hey, they can have, you know, their whole movie worth of whatever. But again, I think that just leads down a rabbit hole of which magical helper is the best magical helper. Which is an interesting question in its own right. I mean, I'd play it. You just make a bunch of Disney princesses that are like the princesses, but not actually like them, just enough where they can be like a parody. There's actually a Mortal Kombat with them. Let me see. I don't think I can watch it on here necessarily because of copyright, but... Oh, here we go. I don't think I can listen to this, but just to show off, someone made this. These are their kill moves too. So just so they have them. I love that someone made this, by the way. And all they did was replace Mortal Kombat characters with the things, but tell me it's not amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I actually link this one for people to watch too. It's pretty hilarious. It's still wrong and still right at the same time. I think for all the people who want to watch. It is glorious. I even like that there's even a hair one because they gave like Rapunzel, they had a character for her because Sindel uses her hair, which I just thought was amazing. Normally you wouldn't think there'd be a perfect character for that, but yeah, hear me out. Probably the only one I'll watch. After that I'll probably go back to what I was doing, but everyone should watch it because it's funny. It's just, it's so messed up. I love it. Also, for some reason they have a bunch of white crap inside them. You know, listen, I'm not going to make any assertions about what the Disney princesses do in their free time that there's that much in it, but listen, it's pretty gross looking when you think about what it could be. Hell yeah. I mean, like, if you think about it, like, her hair is like it's for her little series, indestructible, acts like Spider-Man here, and she's strong enough to pull multiple people up a cliffside with it, which makes her neck incredibly strong. So, I mean, like that would be like being entangled by Spider-Man. Jesus. It's pretty messed up. But yes, I recommend everyone watch that, you know, because it's important to understand who would win a Disney princess death battle. You just gotta ask yourself these questions sometimes. You're just sitting along there doing your thing and you're like, what? I need to know these things. Gotta know who wins this fight. Just be a react channel where I just react to weirdo videos like that. I have to shut these off too. Oh, but the problem, how do I get water running through this whole thing? Unless I just have a little water inside it. Yeah. I've never even played Kingdom Hearts 3. I played some of the random Kingdom Hearts games. I think the last one I played was the one with Aqua in it. I was like, this is kind of cool, and I was like, well, they're like, you should play as the other characters. I'm like, is the story different? No. Oh, I don't wanna. But they're so cool. Are they though? Well, I don't think they're very cool. Hear me out. They're kind of lame. We've run into a problem here. I don't exactly have flowing water to work with, yeah? So what would I do in here to make this work? I can miss it? I see. I mean, you know, I probably will, to be honest. The whole game. I'm sure it's a fun game, you know. I never take time to play any games, so I should. I'll just call it market research. Then I worry my game will never get done. Which is a real problem I have here. Man, I wish I had some way to make water travel down a distance. And make it look good. I mean, I guess a geometry brush and I just paint the whole thing that color. I'll paint it with like that. They'll have to have some sort of a thing to make it seem like they're underwater if they're tagged by that. So I basically have to have an additional geo brush that's just the water. Yeah, Sora's lame. I'm gonna say it. Sora's lame. Nobody likes Sora. All my homies hate Sora. And really, you gotta listen to the homies on this one. If all the homies hate him, he deserves to be hated. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna build a, you know, geometry brush to make it a thing. Geo brush. I just have to have a thing that shows a post process if she's inside one of these. That's fair. I'm not even sure if I should even do this or if I should just make it where... Problem is if you turn on the water later on in the game when you have the Emperor, then you could go back through this and they'd wonder why there was no water here. It's an important question. Why would there be no water? Also, this has to be rotated around because it's in the other direction. Oops. I thought it was like that. Transparent. Alright, it's time to click that. Well, the problem with GeoBrush, you can't bend it like that, though. That's true. I tried the spline method, but that didn't work out so hot because then it has sections in it, and that looks weird. You know, the little prismatic asset pack, it does look pretty cool. Wouldn't really work for this, but he had really good water you could kind of splash in. It didn't look like it was water you swam in, though. But he definitely has a lot of skill with materials, for certain. I have to think about this one. I don't really have a good way to do this, do I? Because the spline issue is it doesn't look right. It'll look like it's got a bunch of sections in it. So I tried that earlier today. And you can't exactly bend it around a corner like this without having sections in it. Yeah, the shaders are quite good. He's got a lot of skill with that. I think what I do is I circumvent the problem. Because, you know, the other thing would be great and all, but that's a lot of extra issue I'm creating for not a huge reason. But it doesn't need to be that way. I'm gonna make some special ones later, but just for setting this up for testing. I probably just have a little trough going here. Have the water going into that. And then I just drag water over here, and I'm just gonna put together in there. This would be one of those things I was talking about earlier that Thomas Brush would never do, where he would accept that something just isn't going to be the way he wants without an incredible amount of extra work to make it happen. And I don't have $20,000 a month to blow on, you know, other stuff that people suggest. Hear me out. I don't got that. Or other stuff that I want to have it just as I want it. But I don't have to. I could just do this. Dump the water directly into here, make it a little wider. I'll make a good one later for certain, but for now. This is my concept room. We'll do this. Flip this around. This does run into a slight problem, though, that I'm going to have to figure out how to answer. What's Poppet going to land on so she can jump through here? I can just put a grate over it or something. That's true. Hmm. That is true. I can make it breakable too. Might be a dangerous game to play. Did I have one already? I might have. I thought I did. Or am I making them? Oh. Catch you later, Helm Victor. Thanks for dropping by, and thanks again for the Prime. I will be here for many hours yet. Probably another, like, 3, 4, something. 5. Depends on how feisty I feel. So a while. I guess I might have to make my own thing like that. Unless I can get away with using the one I made. Where did I put the destroyable grate? Probably wherever I put the same thing as this thing here. I can just put a different material on them. I guess there's this green metal in here. I could have green metal over these things. Kind of weird there's green metal in here necessarily. But if you make them a different color, people won't think they can break them probably. Eventually I might shrink this all to the same size. Still. Now Poppet will be able to jump on these and it shouldn't be a problem. Just jump on them. She might fall through. I don't think so. I think they're small enough that it shouldn't be a problem, but... that should be fine. It's a little awkward, actually. She kind of trips over him a bit. Enemies seem to have no problems. Poppet, not so much. I think it's because the collision on him is not very good. I think about this. Oh yeah, the waterfalls are lethal. I'll take a quick bio break real fast. I'll think it through, but This is getting interesting. Yes. We're back. Alright. Back again. Got the old shoes. Back and do some game dev. Because I probably want to make it where it's just going to be like one thing along the wall there. Because anything else is just going to be a little awkward. In which case I might extend it out a bit too. But this almost looks like about the right size. And I could just have the thingy sticking halfway in, halfway out too. I really appreciate that a lot of these rooms are getting a lot fuller of things to just do. Like just, they just didn't seem very convincing for what they were supposed to be. Actually, for it to be a little longer just so it sticks in the walls intentionally. Patiently waiting for it to do the select thingy. To fix some of these boxes, I keep adding so many. I didn't realize I'd be doing so many changes, but I gotta admit that it's more interesting than it was before. I thought it was moving up and down, but it's actually not moving up and down. It's the material. Oh, okay, that's not really what I wanted. Fair enough. I could copy the same length. Nope. I almost want to get rid of the pond skim and just use the water everywhere. It's better the other way. I'll move it over a bit. I just cheat and use mushrooms. Aha! Uh-huh. Hmm. I guess I can still count this as fire room. Then I'll check to see if my code even accounts for this setup with one button and knocking off multiple things. I hope it does. Guess I could have a button to shut it off too directly. It shuts it off. Yes, I had to put something underneath this so they can't fall through. Also move them over like that. Looks like that works, so I just gotta... I guess I could shut them all off this way. It's been so long since I've messed with these, I didn't remember what had what I did with them. So, in an attempt to figure it out, you know, I just check it out and go from there. I want to change the green one, so. Do I want a bottom one for the Empress or what? Cut this one off too. In reality, it should actually be much smaller. They should probably be up with the second one or something. Or is that even the third one? Actually, probably the third one, actually. Even then, it seems like it's a little low. I'll keep the giant waterfall. That's cool. Why's my mouse not working? You suck, mouse. Oops, this and this. I dare say everyone watches me on Twitch and not on YouTube. I'm sorry, on YouTube and not on Twitch. It's pretty funny. There's judging by the numbers. Alright, so let's raise this water up here. It's pretty good. Press copy the 180 onto all these. Kind of water just going over the entire top. Kind of weird though. Something like that, maybe. Water still fits. Seems fine. Nice and close. 10 out of 10. Perfect. Should actually just put the other mushrooms in so it's easier to just jump on them. I actually end up getting rid of this thing here. This is no longer a separate area, it's just this. I mean, I'm already built that essentially. I in fact have this, and I also have them in the other room too now. Remove this. These are all concept ideas. That's true, the magician key is not available. I'm just gonna put a magician key somewhere. Because it's hell easy to do. Probably in the magician room itself though. Already kind of a lot of keys up here too. I don't know if I want more stuff. Not many places I can put it though is the problem. Here I guess is fine. Can Poppet even get into this spot? Not really. She can get the key, but she can't get into that spot, which is weird. Yeah, it's just not possible. One like that location, she can't get there easy. While I'm at it. On the ground hidden behind something so she doesn't use her way back. In the corner on the ground here. Make certain the key works. Then cross something off my list. I don't know what this in the Twin Maze is meant to be, but there's two things about Twin Maze right below it. I might remove the safe zones. I don't think I want to deal with that crap. Maybe. I'm somewhat proud of this room. Some of those have foliage stuck to the top. It's weird. I might put foliage on top of that too. I'm going to make certain I convert it over before I do that, because otherwise it leads to me having to do it a second time. And I don't want to do it twice. You know? I'm going to just swap it over to the different element. Too much water moving around at this point. I can't imagine how it would actually have all that stuff growing in it with how fast it's moving. Like how many places it's moving and everything. Honestly, it seems like it'd be a lot deeper, but, you know, whatever. I kind of didn't set it up for that. And I'm not moving all the mushrooms just to make it taller, like able to make it a little deeper, because I can't make it that much deeper because there's a wall here and a door, and I'm not planning on changing it that much. But I gotta admit that it's seeming cool. Also, I gotta put this. This shouldn't be here. This is stupid. No trees there. These are one of the weird mushrooms. I'm gonna get rid of those. I don't think they should exist in here. It's just too confusing to the player. I want the mushrooms to all be the same mushroom they can jump on top of. Just a certain level of consistency for the player to help them out. I guess I should have each one unchecked, but two of them should at least move it, so we'll see if that helped. Goes farther down. Not do what expected. Wait. You count as being in a different room, don't you? Do you? No, this is still the same room. Why didn't click has puzzle? Right. Good job, me. I moved. Doesn't I probably didn't click has puzzle on those. It's weird that it does that, but maybe it's an H load thing. The hook is on nothing. Good to know. Well, these trees can't go here anymore. I mean, they could, but it'd be weird. So, let's assume you come back later. Do I want some area you can only reach with the Emperor? As an additional fun return thingy? Like, I don't hate it. But where? There might be things you have to come back to. This map's getting to be quite the party. Quite the party indeed. Make it obvious for him. Let's not get too crazy here. We can get a little crazy, but... not too crazy. We do have to be able to find their way. Mostly. What I should do, I should foliage a bunch of barnacles and stuff on the bottom of all the water areas. Yeah. Be a lot better than what I am doing. Not a bad idea, actually. There's no other way I'm going to get it to where it looks all neat and everything without, like, having it place them all over the place for me. After all, look at these. Yeah, you think I was going to individually place that crap? Hell no. Yeah, how tedious that would be. This one's gonna need a bunch of work. I mean, it does play through, but there's nothing going in it yet. I need a bunch of toys and everything that are just sitting around, I guess. You could foliage a bunch of toys. I think instancing them is basically better most of the time. Maybe not, though. Foliage for trash is not that bad. Little mini circus tents and things like that, little balloons and stuff. Ooh. A little weird for that location there, but there aren't many places, like nowhere above it, really, to sell things, unless I turn it into someplace you can sell things. I'm not saying I can't, though. I could definitely go through and make some changes to some of these rooms to make them far more interesting than they currently are. Like the Holo Records, I'm looking at you as being like boring. So boring. The only claim to fame is Charlotte's there. You take that away and it's got nothing going for it. It's terrible. I had animation to make the balloons pop, but I don't, so people are going to be sad that they can't pop the balloons, or really knock them around for that matter. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do about that, but I have to make my own balloons probably. These ones are all stuck together. There's kind of a limit on what can and can't be done. I guess to be fair, it's also kind of close to the library area. This could be a different store too. It doesn't even have to be this place. It could just be a totally its own little store. Yeah, I think I'll end up doing a bit more tweaking to these things to make it more interesting. Like, these could really be so much more exciting than they are. I'm probably okay with this as it is now. I'm gonna have to optimize these at some point, you know? What I should actually be doing is finishing up so the game's completable again. This technically wasn't campsite. Also kind of want a table at the back of that so I can put more stuff on it. Still might stick out far though. Big table. Grab these. Not sure I want a chair or not, but maybe. I already have a chair in here, so I don't need another. It will slightly less wide, so I can do this with it. And get rid of one of these probably. This would be way more interesting since you won't have to you won't have to talk to Tink immediately and you'll get to wander around a lot more. I think that's a lot cooler on average. It makes that the second painting. Gotta make a mirror one in the painting world. And change all the player transforms too, since I reordered them. Unless I wanna, well, I kinda want to keep them in a certain order. Now the point is that the first one is right here, would be the first one. But I have to move them all, or I can just swap these two basically. Plus now I don't have a save point and a painting in the exact same room. Which seemed really unnecessary to me. Oh wait. I mean, they're just another collectible item, essentially. Oh. I gotta go get this information from the other. I also have to do this one. Gotta swap some. This one gets swapped with this one. Wash my out real fast, right back. So we're swapping the toy maze of this one here. I need to change this one out right. Well, no, this is the one. This is the new location. And this will be the campsite. The hell was? Why was there a camera? I have questions. Bunch of new gameplay getting added tonight. Bunch of new gameplay. Crazy how much gameplay is getting added. This should just say 360, right? Like it's actually what it should say 0 at that point. Dumb. This is so that it actually loads the area. Otherwise, it'll just drop me out of the world. Oops, I gotta actually be on this map, not that map. Well, no, this thing, not the map. Not the blueprint. A very popular stream tonight. What's doing for a second there? So funny, this guy made his little special who knows what save system for this thing, and it was completely worthless, and I should just use my own. Of course, at the time, I really didn't think about it, and I was kind of just building off what he said, but my system gets the job done. And saves. I'll probably rework this dialogue system at some point to be better than it is. Like this active dialogue branch thing, whatever that crap is. I'd rather just give Poppet a collectible and say check if I have this or not, and that's usually the strategy. But they don't keep checking, unfortunately, I don't think. Which is not good, because in the painting world they don't check, so I need a way to have them check so she can unlock it. I don't really have a BPI to specifically use for this. I guess I could just put it on combat, but I can't mean select or actually interact. There's a BPI painting, actually. Oops. To avoid confusion. Exactly equal a string. I can just have Tinka call free painting instead of having a constant check. Seems a little better. There you go. It puts in the right location, huh? Hopefully. Probably had the wrong game mode on. Oops. Nice and random. Or maybe it's the right game mode and I just end up in the wrong location because I didn't write the right thing on there. Find out. Yep, now we're good. Easiest way to play test from a location in the game is by doing this from here. I should give her some sort of expression. The current one is just the most atrocious thing ever. One thing I've noticed about Dad's characters is they tend to do this wide-eyed dead stare. You need something that gives them a slightly closed eyes in order to make them look a little more normal. Just how it is. Don't question it. Oh, we're in the right location. You're not unlocked though. Hmm. Where did I mess this up? Oh. Hmm. It goes back to the right location. And the game becomes beatable again. Seems good. Obviously, I'm taking a picture of it yet. I'll have to do that at some point too soon. I just kind of want to get through a little more completed before that. Well, it's now how you reach the campsite, not the waiting room, but you know, start. Got a lot of these done actually. Surprising number. Is the only way to reach there. I think I got rid of this key here is for the waiting room, which is fine. I'm okay with this key being here. But there's no control room key, so without that, there's no way through. Took it out. Can I put the control room key where again? In here? No. It's the campsite key. The control room key is over on this. So that's already technically done. Guess I already got rid of it in the list. Never mind. Remove the painting from this room because I don't want it in here anymore. No longer am I going to have you get greeted by Tinka when you first wake up. I might actually just get rid of this entirely. I think the reason is that I just need kind of space things out a little more. Kind of no point for it. There were cords coming off it though, so I don't know. I might leave it as it is for now, but it was just really busy early on and the game needed to be a little more spread out than it is. Otherwise it's just, you jump out of the first thing and then there's just so many things going on that it's just too much. But I might think about changing that out to something different. I want to have a secret back here. I don't know what yet, but I suspect I'll make more secrets and I just need irrelevant secrets right there. Like bonus money or something will be fine. That might be what I do. It's the only thing you can collect in this for any amount and it doesn't really matter. Besides, I'm gonna sell Wheel of Fortune. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, sell Wheel of Fortune. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Just sell the dumb thing. And then done. Yeah, I hate the safe space idea. I should probably be explaining the darkness there. Your robot's just fighting with me. Maybe I do give you a benefit for having more of those souls. Maybe your curse regenerates faster. It's not a bad idea. Probably too much of a loss rate. I don't know. Makes it plays out for now. Hmm. Well, for this, I can actually just reverse these and it'll be just fine. I don't want anything special. Like, I can just basically lie. Wait, why do I need a reverse? It doesn't make sense. Maybe there is a point. Hmm. Well, if they're reversed, then I can still multiply it. Or YouTube kind of popping off tonight, at least. Twitch, not so much. Hey, Cordicula. Meowdy to you too. It's an interesting track. Oh, that's right, I have it set to the wrong thing. Whatever. More music at a time, please. Just didn't. Well, I guess technically I didn't have it when I started, so of course it wouldn't vanish. Thought I was just gonna have a giant bottle stuck through me all the time. Apparently, it just took a while to collect. That's all. Probably explain the curse right at the start. She's affected by it here, so you know. Is she affected by it? She shouldn't be. How am I affected by the curse? I should be near lights. I didn't break it, did I? Huh. Yeah, she's just in permanent darkness? The hell? I'm in light now. I think because it only switches periodically, so I need to actually have it check every time she flips out of it to see if she's in the light or dark, right? I swear those things are great. They just have such a satisfying explosion. More things need satisfying explosions. Pieces flying everywhere. I have to call updated current status whenever I event construct. This already works on construct, I just don't have any particular tarot cards unlocked at the time, so it won't work. But in the first room, since there's no darkness, it looks like she's in the darkness if it doesn't immediately check to see if she's in the light whenever I open the HUD and close it again. Actually, whenever I open any menu and then bring back up the HUD, so should fix that problem. There you go. I think temperance is too high of a cost. Kind of sucks now. 5 might be a bit much for it. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It does kind of imprison things though, but since it doesn't really kill very fast, it probably needs to cost less. Kind of was an over nerf. The weapon was ridiculous. -3. Will make it so ridiculous. But I was able to kill the first boss with just it, so I mean that alone, without taking any damage, a sure sign that I think might be a bit good. Shouldn't be able to win a 20-minute fight without taking any damage because the weapon's so busted in half. Maybe I should. It seems a little much, but hey. Eh. Alright, let me check my earliest. That's done. Not really working on the toy maze at the moment. I guess I could add something to hold the pipes up in the safari room though. I'll work on the library, probably not right now. Maybe, well, I'll do one of them tonight, but I'm not sure which one. I do want to make the mystical orb thingy for the paintings as well. Maybe I'll do that right now. Need to rename the waiting room or something else. I don't like it. I guess I could use the puzzle system. The same system as the puzzles, except for replace it with something I destroy instead. I don't know if I want to fuse them with the puzzle, with the destroyable system, or if I want to make a separate one. I might want to make a separate one. Like a child of the, those that does it. They're already ridiculously complicated enough. I don't think they need to be mixed in with that mess. But maybe. These. No. This room. This room. They don't need this crap. I probably want to get the ones, make certain they're in whichever room I'm checking for. And then they almost have to have a separate collectible for them, essentially. Basically checking Poppet to see if she has a bunch of the things. I just put them in the puzzle ones, right? Yeah, item type puzzle. If I do that, then it makes them have a way to force people to wander around the toy maze a bunch. Same thing with the library. And I guess the Forbidden Hallway of Sorta. There's not many places in the Forbidden Hallway to actually wander, so I don't know how truly handy that would be. Essentially, I want like a little orb I can destroy. Or do I want a machine? Do I want a little tiny machine that you break? It's like cursing him or something? I mean, the particle's kind of boring. But a little machine that's doing it. Maybe. I could make a child of the destroyables for it. Do I want a child of the destroyables? Otherwise, I have to redo a bunch of the destroyable stuff. Well, I don't need the destroyable things if I have the enemy thing. I could work the NPCs into having the puzzle stuff in it. That might be better. And then just treat it like a destroyable NPC that you can attack you. That's gotta be better. Otherwise, it's just a boring machine that just sits there. I mean, I guess it could just be a boring machine that sits there and goes after you. But if it's an enemy, you get to fight it. It's more exciting. I can have it holding a little painting with an X over it. That's true. That is true. Here you go. right there. Oh, I can't see that plane and I don't care. I see. This would be really big, I think. Might be too big. It's like its size. Oh, it'll despawn. Oops. Or not. Let's make up a super cannon. Oops. Leave this off the map so it doesn't keep doing that. What is going on with that? Those numbers. What in the hell? Why is it 1080? I only rotated it like, you know, what, 180 degrees? I have so many questions. They're like bosses, really. Like, not really bosses, but tougher enemies. Which can't ever talk about. My brain is stupid. All right. Ugh. It's targeting itself. Oops. Because I'm going to do a scene so I can do this. Have to give more of a base to it. Already selected. Hell yeah. I think when I moved everything over, I didn't bother to migrate those a million years ago, or they're here. It's also possible too. Not what I want, but thank you. Eat the bow. Hmm. Why is targeting arrow not right? No component object reference. It, the same one, so why can't it select it? Where do I just mode off here? It's just an arrow component. I guess you can't store arrows in there. It's interesting. It's so weird because you can call from it, but oops. Sure. So I can connect it, but I can't reference them directly in here. Why? Okay, you think it would have all its buddies here. But it does not. I was trying to standardize them all. And it'll fire at the other thing, but not so much this. Another 50 some odd minutes or something. That'd be the 8-hour mark. How am I gonna go about doing this? I don't know. I can delete this one. I mean, I can always make a struct enemy ability and then send that to it, which is weird because I don't want to do it that way, but I can't just put it directly in the NPC abilities. It doesn't work like that. And use ability just pulls the struct, so you don't even get to use the actual arrow. I have to remake it for that, which sucks. It's just been replacing it with projectile arrow for the longest time. Didn't realize the system doesn't work. It's been using the backup the whole time. Think about this one. I may set up the painting stuff instead first. Give it no health for a bit. Just so I can break it. Which gives me some amount of pleasure. Well, it's about the same, enjoyably enough. These guys are hard to hit sometimes, I don't know why. Oops. I'm going to bet these pipe contraptions actually have permanent on them or something. They don't. Interesting. Huh. Thanks for hanging out, Lippus. See, I have a new thingy. Maybe we can start firing randomly or fire like multiple shots on like a little mini boss. These are blocking the paintings now. But I gotta add the code for them to block the paintings. Still. Hey, but it's about pretty good. I'm making a new thingy. So I decided I would make it so that the paintings were blocked by an enemy. So I was working on these ones here that had little paintings on them to show that the painting is blocked, and you have to destroy these ones in order to free up the painting. And I'll probably have a number that reflects on the painting for how many of these are still around in a room. This gun doesn't hit him very well for some reason. I'll probably keep changing it a bit. I just started making one of the little cannon things and just adjusting it to be a bigger cannon. With more goodies on it for fun. Oh, sorry, I just my earbuds real quick. They're saying battery low, over and over and over. I also was tweaking the Safari room so that it has a whole lot of stuff going on now. I mean, it was already a really complicated room, but now it has a whole puzzle system and everything too. Wait a second. I decided I'd make it that you had to pass through one of the paintings in order to get to a different area, and then I'd just drop you in a completely different area for fun. Instead of just having you boringly go through a door, get to the next area. Where you at? So now there's the water section here. This whole area is now flooded. And there's buttons here to lower it 2 levels, and then another button that you have to get through to into here to lower it the last one so you can get at the Empress. And this area's got a whole new system going on that I was working on earlier, but then I kind of got sidetracked by the other enemy thing. So I'm pretty hard at it. I got stuff with you. Oh yeah, and I have a new selection option, so now you can select between the various tarot cards she has by simply going like this and through the menu. It doesn't seem to lower the water as much as I thought it would. Oh, nice. Remember when I last looked, you were trying to figure out what to do with the North Tower. And then... And I think I fell asleep because I was like, I've been streaming like 11 hours. So I don't really remember much after that, to be 100% fair. I think I can test this since I added in the new platforms down here. Wee! Oh no! Why? What's the better game? Okay. Does it go and punch the enemies as they go by, or it's like get in the way of them, or what does it do? I have so many questions. Why can't I double jump off that? Okay. I kind of wondered if you make like a barrier or something like that. Kind of like the, if you were in Plants vs. Zombies, they had the walnut that just sat there and the zombies would like eat it basically and eventually it would die off. Okay. Oh, this thing doesn't count as a light, does it? Of course not. Wrong room. I moved it from this room. What I'm hearing is you should steal a lot of ideas from Plants vs. Zombies. Mostly I just want a Zomboni in there, or something along the lines of the Zomboni. Obviously it would be different for your game, but hear me out. I just thought it was funny. just, it had the best name of like everything. It was easily my favorite of all the things. I'm like, what the hell is a Zomboni? Oh, that's a Zomboni. Oh, I see. Okay, we got me on that one game. 10 out of 10. Do not question the Zomboni. I never have a problem being inspired by other games. There's a running joke that I actually raid people just to get game ideas. They go, that's a neat idea. I think I need an ability based on that. I'll just check to see if the light works. Actually, people suggest all sorts of good abilities. Ideas. I'm like, wow, that's a great idea. I gotta make my own version of it, but that's a great idea. 10 out of 10, thanks. Oh, I'll be here. At least for a bit yet. Perfect time to an ad's supposed to start. Freaking ads. Ruining my mojo here. I figured I'd make it fire multiple shots. I'll give it different attacks later. I don't care right now. What it needs to do now is act like a puzzle. Which means I would have to get my thinking a cap on. I have the other one set up. No, I switched to having one of my like regular 1920 1080 monitors, the previous good one that I used for streaming, over as my side monitor, and I missed the widescreen monitor and kind of want it back. Because the widescreen's okay and all. There's like this one's okay and all, but the widescreen was so good for having chat up to one side and then having an entire blueprint that I could look at. And now I don't have that, and it's very sad. I do have the other monitor. I mean, I could switch if I feel like it. All I know is the new monitor makes the old best monitor look hideous. It's so bad by comparison. Like, it's gross. I hate it. All my homies hate the old monitor now. I don't need that. How do I want to go about this? I mean, I can make it where they're on death. They have that. It has puzzle on death and does that. That's not a bad idea. I mean, I guess I could trigger puzzle like on death and just simply send the name of whatever item is collected. How did I do it on this one? What was the plan? God, it's so ugly on this other monitor. Can't even look at it. Gross. Oh, did I get rid of anything done down here? I'm working on this curse orbs thingy right now. I don't feel like rewriting these other messages, but now that I moved Tinka, like I have to leave signs to explain what to do to Poppet, and then I'm gonna have her spend a little more time getting to, you know, be more who she is before I introduce another character. So I think a better plan, but it will force some changes. I think they're for the best, though. Way too much is explained at the beginning. Yeah, I think I did everything else I was going to do on those. The only things I want to do is if I can improve it, and I'll optimize the crap out of it. But the maze is going to have a bunch of stuff too. This is going to get some huge amount of work done. Yeah, those two look like done together. This is the one that needs a lot of work. All this package stuff is... There's so many things that I want to fix to make them better. But none of those matter right now. This new mechanic is more interesting. For what it was worth, the actual way I used to unlock paintings in the other game was to collect pieces of them, and then I made it just tarot cards later. That's what I had to remember tomorrow was, though, is like you unlocked a way to the next area, like various paintings by simply collecting. Actually, you solved puzzles by collecting puzzle pieces and putting them together. I mean, it put them together for you in the right order. They weren't that complicated of a puzzle, but I thought about doing it in this game too, to collect puzzle pieces and put them together. But the logistics of that are horrible, because then you got to walk puzzle pieces to the painting over and over and over, and that is just not fun. Like, you might do that like 6 or 7 times, but like for a real puzzle, you would need to have like quite a few pieces. At the very least, like 16 or something. I mean, it would be like kind of a lame looking puzzle if it was like less than 16 pieces, like 12 pieces or something. I think I'd rather just destroy enemies, because it's more interesting that way. No easy way to track them, though, but we'll get to that. Anyway. Let's call this activate puzzle. Not sure it needs a string, but maybe. It kind of does. Item name. Item type. Don't care about those ever. Connecting up graphs to via input output's kind of weird. I've done it, but it's weird. I think I'm gonna just copy paste a bunch of crap off this other one, honestly. Not all of it, but some of the stuff I'm gonna want to keep. Not every one of these needs to be here. I do want an actors with puzzle tag, that is true. One of these popping on button crap. I do need this. Might make a different one for each type of painting too. That could be another way to do it. Just to make it interesting. Either way, I need this code here, and I'm just exposing those on spawn, so this way if I want to spawn them in with different ones, I can. I do not need this crap. Back time working game for a bit. Nice, nice. That's how it gets done. I was just reading this tweet by Thomas Brush saying that, you know, he was having a hard time, didn't want to keep working on his project, and he was like 4 years in, but not to give up. Don't give up. Do it for Thomas. I don't know why you would do it for Thomas. Yeah, I don't. For sure. I think how far I am into this game, and I'm really not that much time into this game, to be honest. If you count the time I spent with RPG Maker, then, well, that was a completely different game, though. Sure, it had the same name, but that was a Diablo clone. In RPG Maker, very, very different, for certain. Otherwise, I really haven't had that much time with this game. You're like, I'm on 4 years, and I'm like going, I'm not even on 2. I don't even... Technically, I wouldn't even have 3 years to complete this game if I want to follow the timeline I was talking about and release it in October. Stupid October. It's such a good game for October, though. Would have been better if it was a horror game. Mistakes were made. Earlier in a tower, it only appears when enemies are near it. Last tower in the town, and it's been invaded. Oh, okay. Are the enemies surprised by this tower? Can the enemies see a tower and go around it, or does it even matter that it only appears when the enemies are near it? Are the enemies smart enough to dodge towers? Important questions. I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. It's possible. So far, my favorite tower defense, besides Plants vs. Zombies, was Orcs Must Die. That was way fun. Probably the second one over the first one. I never played the third one. I saw the road in Bay, path-like, so tower appearing is just to kill all arms, so spoilage with it. Okay, fair enough. At that point, does it matter that the tower appears? Could the tower not just make a noise or something? Since, you know, you want to alert the player, right? Kind of like it's sounding an alarm. This is all I need. Now the paintings have to have some sort of puzzle set up on them too. This helps his player with enemies have gotten past tower placements. Like saying extra help. Like the Plants vs. Zombies lawnmowers. Generous of you to give them that. I guess you could do the same thing League of Legends does or something, where the bases have health, giving the player time to do something about it. But I guess to be fair, that the players can move around, whereas in your tower defense, I guess not so much. That might be an interesting spin on like one of the more regular tower defenses. Have a player unit that can be moved to various places. But the player unit has a certain amount of health, and if the player unit dies, then you lose. It's just like you could call them back to the base and the player can do a lot of damage or something like that, but the problem is the player does keep taking damage as well. That's my idea of the game and playing to see how people play. No, fair enough. I do like me some last minute ideas. I do find that you really got to shake up a tower defense because it's real easy for them to get dull and very like same old, same old. So the ones I've liked the best have always had the weirdest mechanic. Or Plants vs. Zombies was funny. Actually, to be fair, Plants vs. Zombies was kind of an odd tower defense, so at the time. Since all the other ones had enemies walking along like weird lines and everything like that, and you built things to try to defend the lines, whereas that was just, you know, a grid with a lot of funny things. Actually, I have a little Poppet tower defense in here as a joke. It's just a room where she's defending. Like it's some sort of tower defense. Huh. Baby. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Where for my ideas? That might work out. I have an idea. It won't matter until like the 3rd chapter, but maybe, just maybe, I can turn that hallway battle into a tower defense. Actually, I guess if you can want to count it as a tower defense, if you count League of Legends style things as a tower defense. I was playing Dungeons 3 and one of the DLCs literally talked about 2 kingdoms fighting each other. And you know, come out of your dungeon like that to defend like that, and you discover your action in the middle of a giant League of Legends map. That was a pretty funny tower defense. I got a pretty good chuckle out of that. I was just like, wait, what? Fair enough. Right, that game had a great sense of humor. Was it the best real-time strategy? No, it's okay, but it was pretty damn funny. Credit where credit is due. Probably the only time I've ever actually bought a game off the Epic Market. I bought the DLC for it. Because they're like, well, they gave it to you for free, and it was awesome. Well, I mean, it is kind of a tower defense when you think about it, right? Except for that you have towers that are defending like that against enemies in ways like that. It's just that the, you know, players are the units that you're moving. You're not building towers, but you have a bunch of towers that block against enemy waves, just like a tower defense. So it's kind of like a tower defense. Sorta. I mean, we're kind of stretching what a tower defense is, but you can cross genres quite a bit. It was funny though. Turns out the demonic hordes were much better than the League of Legends heroes. Actually, the evil hordes are not all demonic necessarily. As I defeated all of them, yes, and won both bases. Ha, 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 ha. That was good times. I'd consider playing that game again, but that's so much a time commitment. Why'd I have to become a game dev? I have so much free time if I wasn't a game dev. Mistakes were made. I would have infinite free time. I gotta set the Tinker paintings now to accept this is a puzzle thing, or what they do. Actually, it's just start puzzle, right? Is what I said here. I do like weird ideas in games. I'm very big on just strange things that are just tossing it in. Just like, that sounds awesome. I'll just do it. Why not, right? I guess I can just have a gameplay tag. I still remember that game. Actually, it had another tower defense style level too, because you were trying to. They were basically trying to move a giant golem over to your base or something like that to destroy it. Then you had to try to, like, you know, push it back with its own thing. It's actually, that's closer to tug of war, really, where they're trying to push forward their little golem and you're trying to push it back. And you, like, you had to, they had like Yena more proud. They were making fun of World of Warcraft. It was great. Who was powering it? So you had to keep distracting her in order to push it back. Otherwise, she could push it forward. All getting your own minions to go up there and trying to get minions around the sides to attack their other stuff too. Weirdly creative game that lampooned a lot of things, but I guess that's, I mean, the tug of war tower defense. Interesting. I will find a use for these now. I guess as a puzzle. Sure. Now I can just add this on here. Gameplay tags. Tagoos. Oh, these need to have a special gameplay tag as well, actually. We'll call this a painting blocker. In the absence of, I don't know, a better name. Wait. What's right here? I'm blind. That's fair. I'm usually pretty blind. That's a puzzle. Who's Al? I guess run this on death, huh? Okay, I hate this. That is the ugliest code setup. I was like, nah, it hurts to look at. Why? Guess I could trigger the puzzle much earlier. Or hashtag. Uzel. Exact machu. Yes. If true. Activate puzzle, I think was what it was. Oops. So we activate puzzle there, and then all right, how do I set these up? So you just call it like that, fair enough. I guess to be fair, it's sending a message to itself. Reasonable. Won't need all this probably, but we'll need some of it. Explain yourself. East. This keyboard is trash. So much work. What is this from? EPI puzzle? I don't think you have EPI puzzle, but you will soon. You do not. Yeah. This one's different than the other, though. Boy, I hate that I have to do this every time. And it's gonna have it load. I'm not changing the transform, so none of that matters. This is definitely not a good track for right now. It's never really a good track, to be honest. It's not my favorite. Let's skip past it. I don't want to figure out what the text was, so I'm just going to cheat and steal it this way. Guess to be fair, with like the text on the bottom there would have worked just fine too. Stupid. Yeah. Why are we flicking? You like it set is hidden or something? None of that crap. Too lazy to type this. Call this puzzle target number. Or maybe destroy X to unlock. A little better. You know, maybe spawning these, but whatever, I'll just do this. Those aren't since edible and they're in the world, so that's fair. Actually, I want both these. Bears winning the fight. Oh. I want to see if this works. If nothing else, before I do anything else, I'm not sure if I'm go much beyond that, but I want to see if it works. Why is this text not showing though? It's so weird. Good. It's vanishing. Something is making it hide again. Why? Has to be a construction script issue. Weird. Something has to be hiding it. But what? Only the construction script could hide it like that. Oh, your materials are wrong. But I literally copy pasted the materials. That's bizarre. Okay. What is going on? Let's go to the tag too. Oh, you have to give it a special gameplay tag? No, you don't. The work meeting very soon. Oh, thanks for dropping by. It's a bite. Good luck with your early work meeting, and honestly, I'm probably gonna head out pretty quick myself. I was thinking I would solve this, but so far it's not looking like it's gonna happen that quickly, and I'm already at 8 hours. Actually, I'm over 8 hours. 8 hours and 11 minutes. I'll probably just head off soon. There's not people watching it, so I'm not even sure I'm bothered raid today. I think I'll abandon raiding today. Honestly, I think I'll call it for tomorrow. Like, I think I've had enough sitting here. 8 hours, pretty good. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. About, I don't know, 8 hours earlier than this. So if you like what you saw, game's called Poppet Quest. You know, follow, subscribe, join, you know, the Discord, wish list it or something. You know, if you want to, and if not, man, you know, thanks for watching just the same. We'll catch everyone later. See you.